Go. Good morning. It's 9 a.m. and welcome to the Klickitat County Commissioners' regular meeting. Noting that all three are in session. Mr. Christopher is online. Mr. Anderson and I are here in the room. And we will start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Does anybody have anything to add to the business agenda?
Mr. Christopher, anything for the business agenda?
Nope.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the business agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from October 22nd, 2024.
Oops. Do you have a second, Mr. Christopher?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from October 29th, 2024.
No second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 5th, 2024.
No second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. So we are to public comment. Not very many people in the room today. So if you raise your hand and come forward, we'll call on you. And also on Zoom, make sure that you unmute and raise your hand so that we can call on you and identify yourself if you can for the record.
Candy Magnuson, Goldendale. Well, 80% of the people of the United States did their vote. Not 100. We'll never get to be 100. Doesn't matter. We can't get to 100. How come? Because we have different ethnic, different religion, different traditions. But the flag that we just said, the flag salute, what did we say? United States, united, okay? So we all have rules. Everybody has to have rules. Why do we have to have rules? It'd be complete chaos. Founding fathers said we had to have rules. They found out real quick, didn't they? Yeah. Our games have rules. The 300-pound linebacker that comes up to the referee and says, he doesn't touch that referee, that 125-pound referee, does he? Because there's rules, okay? We have rules in the states that are different in counties. We have different counties rules that are city rules. That's why we have the law. We had to have law. We had to have the sheriffs and police and stuff, because there's about 20% of the people, they don't think that they have to follow the rules and stuff. My point is, congratulations to everybody that steps up. Quit complaining, step up. It's tough. I've stepped up. I know how tough it is. You can't please 100%. It ain't going to happen. But your job, because we are working hard to pay you to step up too, remember, is to listen to us. And if we have one point that you can change, or you can discuss with us why, maybe you know the rules better than we know the rules, to explain it to us. That's what we need. That's why we come. Okay. And thanks to everybody that got voted in.
Thank you, Candy. Great. Online this morning, would anybody like to give comment? I'm seeing no one. There you are. Good morning, Roger Nichols.
Thank you very much. I'm eager to see if, since the last time that you met, if you've had any discussions or any information about the FAA letter, what is transpiring, if you could bring us up to date on that, very much appreciate it. Hoping it all goes well for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. And in the room, Mr. Bradford.
3 minutes is not much time, so I'll read my comments. Those with close ties to our regional airport have struggled with clarification and water rights agreement for several years. There were complications. Klickitat County has a second owner of the airport, and that second owner is in another state. State water issues must also involve state and federal government levels. And finally, the hiring of specialized attorneys in dealing with the FAA. Over the years, many different individuals were involved with these levels of effort, but official clarification just kept getting delayed. Finally, our county chair, who also represents the county on the airport board, got directly involved with FAA. And on October 28th, FAA finally issued a letter that provides major clarification on the overall issue and spells out what needs completion or amendment among the three entities, that is, the county, the city, and Dallasport Water District. I, as someone who has special interest in water and water rights, want to thank everyone who has been involved in this huge issue, but specifically our chair who went one-on-one to break the delay. I also want to thank our planning department for working with no delays on another issue that also affects the regional airport. They worked through an application from DNR, a major regional employer, for facilities expansion in Dallasport that should help DNR better accommodate the professionals who fight and help prevent regional wildfires. The airport is a key part of DNR's air support in that wildfire reduction and prevention. I especially thank our planning director and senior planner for moving this project into reality. There were many other staff members and board members involved in these county efforts, but too little time at this meeting to name them all. So I thank each of you and them in this special month for Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No. Thank you so much. Okay, back online. Is there someone else that'd like to give a comment this morning? Good morning, Ann Sleed.
Good morning. Have a question on a slightly different topic. Thinking back a couple of years ago, I believe it was back in Krista Schroeder's day, when the levy was passed for the Dallasport Fire Department, but the money was not collected and was not given to the fire department because it was not collected. What's the status on that? I understand, I believe they are getting the money for the subsequent years. Are they just out that first year that they were supposed to have gotten that money? Is that going to be given to them? It was passed by the people. So if you can update us with the status on that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. So we've exhausted the room, so we'll go back online again. 2662.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Tracy from Lyle, and I'm really glad I was able to get through the last two meetings. I was not able to unmute, but thank you for fixing that problem. So my comments will be real short today. I just wanted to know from each one of you Commissioners what KCFA, Klickitat County Fire Interagency Association, what it is to you, what it does for the county, and if a member at large can join KCFA, or if it's a task force, a committee, what is it? And that's it for today. So have a great day.
Thank you, Tracy. Okay, back online. Is there someone else that'd like to give a comment this morning? Please unmute or raise your hand. 7211.
Greg Wagner, Cease. The insurance coverage with the state risk pool for the county has a $10,000 deductible, $3 million limit. If it is determined that Christopher acted in his official capacity when he made the slanderous and liable statements against Mr. Joby, the risk pool will insure him. If the tort claim filed against Christopher advances into a lawsuit and he is found guilty, the people must pay the first $10,000. That's the deductible, and any settlement amount in excess of $3 million. We, the people, should not be responsible to pay for Mr. Christopher's vindictive act and his inability to keep his mouth shut. Christopher, will you pay the deductible in any amount in the excess of $3 million? You apologize to the people saying you are sorry that they will have to pay for this, but this is not enough. Your vindictive personality and lack of control got you into this situation, and you should pay for your mistake. You claim to be the people's commissioner, and every decision you make is for the benefit of the people. How does your decision to slander Mr. Joby benefit the people? Will you be a man and pay for your mistakes, or let the people pay? Mr. Anderson, you lied when you said the franchise agreement was a legal hearing because Public Works posted the legal notices. If you did not lie, then you should be able to produce the RCWs that back your statement. I've asked you 3 times for those, and you've never provided them. When will you provide these RCWs? If you can't provide them, you just lied. You lied to help protect your employer, Cypress Creek Renewable. You will say or do anything to protect Cypress Creek Renewable. You have a bias in favor of Cypress Creek Renewable. You don't work for the people. You don't even stand for the people. Every moratorium, you oppose the people. But you're opposing the BESS moratorium. That also helps Cypress Creek. So it's obvious who you work for. And the county's going to be better off when you're gone. Thank you.
Hey, anyone else online this morning? Four 4901.
Good morning, Klickitat County Commissioners. This is Sherry in Houston. It's a beautiful rainy fall day, and I'd like to follow up on a few of the public comments. And I'll start with, can Commissioner Christopher explain to the public what he meant when he apologized that we would have to pay expenses for a lawsuit, if we could get more clarification on that. Also, I'd like to also know, who is CASIFA in our county? What is this entity? What power do they have? What decisions are they making? How do they control our local public order and safety? I mean, who are they? And I just would like to know too. And then also, I'd like to talk about rules. I've talked about this before. If people don't know, I am an official for a sport, and we have rules. And we are responsible that everybody at our competition is playing by the same rules. We have one book. Coaches get a book. I get the same book. Athletes can read the same book. And we're all playing by the same rules. And then now we come to government. And you have these RCWs for Washington, Revised Washington Code. And it has a lot of rules. Have you guys read them? There's a lot of rules in there. A lot of things. Greg's read them. He's read a lot of them. I've read some. And every time he finds a rule that says, hey, you guys aren't to be doing this. And he tells you, RCW, blah, blah, blah. Numbers them. Gives them to you. You aren't to be doing this. But yet, you still do them. So I don't feel like sometimes you guys play by your rules. And that doesn't feel like fair play to, I don't know if I'm a stakeholder. Am I a company investor? I'm not sure what I am, but I pay money to your entity, your municipal corporation, and you're supposed to do things for me because I invested you, but yet I can't hold you accountable. So, I've asked, when you're not playing by the rules, like in my sport, we have a lead person. We bring that lead person in. They say, hey, I don't know if you've heard about the Olympics with the problem with the bronze medal on floor gymnastics, but there's a world court system they're going to go through. So, how do we keep people accountable? How do we keep our government friendly to the people? Not doing special favors with under canvas and death traps and renewables or whatever. How do we keep accountability here? And how do we all follow the same rules? That would be a nice day when we all could rely on the same rule book and everybody played by the same rules and there was accountability. So who's CASIFA? And what's Dan mean that the taxpayers are going to pay for this? Or, sorry, Commissioner Christopher.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Sherry. Okay. Is there anyone else online? Please unmute yourself or raise your hand. I'm not seeing. Mr. Edelman, are you commenting this morning or clarifying anything? You're just monitoring. Thank you. Thank you for sitting in. I appreciate you. So online, we'll ask one more time. In kind of a short morning. That's good. We have a lot to do for business today. Okay. So if the commissioners are ready, we'll close public comment and move to the commissioners. Oh, last minute one, 0160. Did you wish to speak?
Not Mr. Smith.
Well,
Hello? Couldn't tell. 0160, you're unmuted. If you'd wish to speak, just speak up and we'll recognize you. Nope, he's gone. Okay. So we'll move to commissioners' comments. Mr. Christopher, would you like to start? Or Mr. Anderson, where are we?
Yeah, no, I'll go last. My comments may change based on my seatmates' comments, so.
Okay. Still working? Okay, I'll see what I can do with this. Usually chair goes last, but Mr. Nichols, I am so sorry. The FAA letter, I still have to sit down with our legal counsel and talk about that before I visit with you. And Candy and Greg and Sherry, yes, accountability is incredibly important, and we do have laws and rules, and I am looking forward to our future. I think the whole nation's moving forward in the right way. I think we're going to start seeing better accountability, seeing what the public wants to work on. And I'm looking forward to that. The one thing that I can caution is that, again, it's legal. So interpretation is very dangerous. It's very dangerous for us as just lay people to interpret law. And at our level, we're not void. We do have our local representative, we have our PA for legal counsel. We also have the state, we have our legislative bodies. It's an unending source where we can get help with legal advice. So before we comment on things, I sure hope everybody reaches out and make sure the direction they're going and ensures what we're doing. But I'm looking forward to the future. I'm looking forward to 2025. Mr. Bradford, thank you for commenting on the airport. Clarification is a wonderful thing. And I am looking forward now. My process is, I think we need to sit down as partners with the city and the county, and then ultimately city, county, and airport manager, and have some discussions about going forward in our directions. And then after that, we'll wrap in our secondary partners, the Dallas Port people, and we'll go from there. But we have to have those initial talks first, and those will be happening soon. So that's good progress. I look forward to that. It's been a long time coming. And Ann Sleed, I believe Billy probably was online monitoring from the assessor's office. I'm not familiar with what happened with the levy, but I'll get with her and see what her thoughts are, and we'll get back to you and let you know. Tracy, I'm not going to comment on CASIFA. I'm going to leave that to my seatmates. I have a short knowledge of that, but not broad enough that I should be making comments today back to you, but I'll get more of an education, that's for sure. And that's it. It was a very short session today, so we'll wait a second, I believe, on Mr. Anderson when he's ready to comment.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Candy. Thank you for pointing out that we all have different rules that we play by, both the federal government, the states and the locals, as well as our junior taxing districts and everyone else. And we all have those different rules, and it's our job to answer your questions and be a facilitator between the process and the bureaucracy that happens in this building and how you can perceive what you can and cannot do with your property or with your own body, you know, all of these things. And I have always taken the job as a county commissioner as acting as that facilitator. And so whenever you have questions, the best thing to do is always reach out to us one-on-one so that we can work through those problems with you and those concerns that you have and listen to you. And that's always a lot easier when we get together and meet versus, you know, just having a 3-minute conversation where it's you giving a comment to the board and then the board responding back. You know, that's not how discussions happen. That's not usually how learning occurs. And so thank you for always coming to the meetings and being involved and being a part of the system. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And even when I'm not a commissioner, if you have any questions about history or how we got to places, always feel free to call me and I'd still always answer any of your questions. So thank you for that. Mr. Nichols, I did have a chance to speak with the prosecuting attorney. Our attorney is still working with the City of the Dalles attorney, as well as working through all of the issues that were pointed out in the letter. My goal and hope is that we can have a sit down with the City of the Dalles executive team, and we can make decisions based on those things that the letter pointed out that were issues that need resolved, and do that internally. And then once we've come up with an action plan, we can have conversations with the water district and ensure that we move forward and bring everybody on the same table to get this thing done. I think it's been pointed out many times and accusations thrown around. We love to throw accusations around, it seems, in Klickitat County, that the county was not interested in fulfilling its duties with regards to the agreement from 2012. And I think there's been a lot of things that have been said, but what we have done, and the facts is that the county has spent a lot of money on outside legal counsel in order to finally get to this point and this stage, and it's taken years. Even paying outside legal counsel to do these things, it still takes years. And that is not on the county. That is most definitely on the FAA. And it's taken a lot of work, both by when I was sitting there, and by Madam Chair Zoller, when she's been on the airport board, to finally get the FAA to give us answers. And even with the issues that have brought up, it's still going to have back and forth with the FAA. So we're not done, sadly enough. But we're getting closer. And I at least feel that all the money we did spend on outside legal counsel was valuable, as well as the money we did spend on valuing the water right that gives us the facts and figures with Aspect Consulting, so that the FAA could agree to what the letter said. And anything further than that, I need to make sure that legal counsel is involved in the conversation on where we go. I was just speaking from a broad perspective. Mr. Bradford, thank you for giving thanks during this month of Thanksgiving. And thank you for being involved in all the things that you do for the county. It takes the community of stepping up and volunteering on boards and getting involved to understand the situations that we find ourselves in, because everything that we do is so complex, and it's easy to make rash decisions and assumptions about situations like the airport or water rights or anything else. And you who are walking into that water rights realm, and when you go through your 40 hours of training, will realize how utterly, completely complex water is. For something that just falls out of the sky, the rules around water are ridiculously complex, that even and they change all the time, which makes it even worse. And I think the best direction I can give you is to have a conversation with the assessor with regards to that levy. I remember, and this is going back years, that they didn't turn something in time, and because they didn't turn it in time, that's why the levy wasn't assessed, and I don't think there's any going back and making up for it. You can run another levy and they can continue that, but I believe that that was what happened in the past. But again, this is off of a long-term memory. I would talk to the assessor for specifics. Tracy, Casifa. What is Casifa? We hear about it all the time, or practically fairly infrequently. Casifa is, as I understand it, a more loosely association of the fire chiefs and fire officials, along with emergency management, our 911 dispatch center, and I believe the sheriff's department gets involved a little bit as well. But what their primary thing that we see that comes through us is Casifa gets together and they look at holistically where the county's at in terms of giving forward a recommendation on when the fire ban should be put on and when it should be put off. But they don't just do that. They also get together and talk about fire issues in over the county as a whole, and changes and working together and trying to ensure that all of the different agencies work together in a positive and productive manner. And that includes communication, and because communication is so important during those fires, and that's why our emergency management's also involved. It's a great group. I don't know, I don't believe there's anyone at large on it, because I don't think it's a formal organization that we appoint members to. I think it's an informal group. Oh, Mr. Wagner. You make a lot of accusations, a lot of innuendo, and I'm just going to read just a little bit of the most recent email you sent me about me, where you state, he is a traitor to the people, bought and paid for by Cypress Creek Renewables. Anderson is a hypocrite. He has opposed every moratorium proposed by the people, saying moratoriums don't accomplish anything. He's a hypocrite because he supported the moratorium on bulk storage of batteries while opposing the BES moratorium. And you point out a motion from Christopher, seconded by Anderson, then passed unanimously for the continuance of a public hearing until November 12th to allow for the board time for future deliberations. Mr. Wagner, I have never been paid by any environmental company. I don't work for them. I work for all the citizens of Klickitat County. Just because you and I may not agree does not make me a traitor to the people. Just because I see things from a different lens does not mean that it's appropriate to call people names like a traitor. It's a very serious accusation. Also, when you say things like that and you send it to all your people on your email list, saying that I supported a moratorium on the bulk storage of batteries, that is absolutely an out and outright lie, sir. I did not say I have ever supported that moratorium. You can go back through the videos. I was very clear that I did not support the moratorium. The motion that you point out, if you would read it, was in favor of a continuance of the public hearing. It was not saying I was in favor of the moratorium, sir. And you just said it again today. Please get your facts straight. Please stop with the name calling. And of course, I'm not going to respond to you in an email. I've not responded to you in 2 years because you cannot comport yourself with decorum and respectful communication. No one deserves to be treated like how you treat the staff and the elected officials in this county. No one deserves that. And until you learn to act respectfully and have open and honest communication and deliberations, I will not continue to engage with you, because that I don't support the way that you operate, how you interact with our staff. And I'm almost done. And I hope to God that the people who sit here next year will hold you to an expectation of how you comport yourself, because they don't deserve to be treated like that either. No one deserves to be treated like the way you treat people. And with that, I will say again, as I have said for the last 2 years, if you would like to have a conversation about any issue, you are welcome to come in and meet with me, and we can sit down and have a conversation. And I can explain to you exactly why I believe the way I believe and why I vote the way I vote. And same goes to you, Ms. Bosque. Klickitat County did not give any special favors to Undercanvas or anyone else. People go through the process. Applicants go through the process. And in the end, it is either the Board of County Commissioners, a hearing examiner, the Board of Adjustment, the Planning Commission, who make decisions on what they feel is best for the county. That does not equate to special favors. That is not backroom deals or anything else. By saying those type of things, what
Point
you
of order, Madam Chair. I'd like to be recognized.
no,
Can you mute him?
the public does not have the ability to make points of order. Only the three of us do.
Okay, thank you.
We are held accountable. The county is held accountable, and you've brought it up many times. The county gets audited every year by the state. The Board of County Commissioners are held accountable through elections, which we just had, that has consequences. We are also held accountable, and you say, where do you go? Well, that is the three branches of government, Ms. Bosque. There's the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. And if you feel that you have been wronged in any way by the executive branch of government, you have the right, responsibility, and ability to use the judicial process to seek relief. And if you firmly believe that you have been wronged, please talk to an attorney and go through that process, because that is the legal availability of doing it. If you have any other questions, as always, about what has happened or what is occurring, you're always welcome to reach out and sit down, and I'm always willing to talk to you as well. With that, I'll yield back my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher.
I just love the fact that you yield back your time at the end and it's like a minute. I appreciate, while I don't agree with all of Mr. Anderson's comments, I appreciate his courage in making the comment that he just made to Mr. Wagner. I find it unfortunate that this board allows those comments to continue. And I will just close with, we will find out what happens with all the legal matters as the legal matters unfold. But I would also warn the public that slanderous remarks are slanderous remarks, and you can be held liable in court for slanderous remarks. With that, I do find it very unfortunate that the board chair allows slanderous remarks to be made in the chamber. It's very unbecoming, and I believe it puts the county at further legal risk. With that, that's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher. Okay. Let's move to Planning Department update. Good morning, Mr. Edelman. Our ray of sunshine, come on. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. I want to start by thanking Adrian and his nice comments about the department, particularly those about Lori. She does an outstanding job of moving things through our department and keeping public involved. And I think so the public has seen improvements in our website, the use of it to try to get information out, and we're trying to continually do that and to work those into our regular protocols. So I think the public should be able to see information more, and hopefully we'll get more input. I think my presentation should be brief, which I think will be okay with you since we're going to be taking quite a bit of your time this afternoon on a couple items. I just wanted to mention November 4th, the Board of Adjustment approved the Wildland Fire Resource Center conditional use permit. There was some discussion on both sides, but overall it was received very well. by the board, and it was unanimous. Coming up November 18, next Monday, is the James Dean expansion of aggregate resource overlay zone. And just as a reminder, that'll ultimately be coming to you as a recommendation. So if anyone asks you about it, just it's something to not talk about until it's actually in a public hearing. December 16th is our target for our critical areas ordinance public hearing. I don't see a reason where we wouldn't be able to. The next step in that is we've put out a draft for state agency comments. We've already sent it out once, and now we're doing our official 60-day period to receive additional comments, and then we'll be announcing the public hearing. And also we need to do the SEPA on that as well. So that's the next step for that project. The solar and battery energy solar system ordinance, Evan's been working hard on it. He's, I think, made quite a bit of progress on, we haven't caught up with him yet. I was out Thursday and Friday on celebrating my 50th birthday in Seaside, Oregon. So we had a great getaway as a family. But Evan's been working on a BESS report, which is the first step in the grant for that. It'll be the first item considered by the advisory committee that's being put together. And not necessarily to adopt, but as it's informational. But it'll ultimately go into the solar and BESS standards that are recommended for adoption from that committee. Speaking of the advisory committee, there's an advertisement in the Goldendale Sentinel last week and this week for advisory committee members. We're looking for, according to our grant, we put 9 to 15 members. It'll be open to the general public. Ultimately, it'll be approved by the Board of Commissioners, by you, as far as who will be on that committee. Their role will be to meet 6 times, might be more. I think our grant says up to 6, but it's not limiting. We could always do more if necessary. Between January and June, ultimately resulting in recommendations for solar ordinance and BESS ordinance to go to the Planning Commission for further hearings. So there'll be a lot of public input in that. So if you know of anybody that you'd like us to reach out to directly to invite to submit an application, there will be no seats that are just necessarily given. There are certain individuals that we think would be valuable, such as a representative of the PUD, representative of one of the fire districts, at least that type of person. But we'll be looking to see who ultimately you would like to include. I do have a question for discussion on that. I've seen project advisory committees composed a couple different ways. One combines certain key staff members, such as emergency management, would possibly be an actual member on the committee. Others have county staff be not kind of on the sidelines, but there for support information. And so I don't know if you have any thoughts on and maybe this will come when we actually get the applications and see who's involved. But there are certain departments that I think would definitely have an interest, either being informational and there's support staff, such as planning, where we don't expect to have a seat at the project advisory committee, but some other departments might. And so if you have thoughts now or as we lead up, maybe once we get applications, we like to take your guidance as far as how you like either all staff members or key staff members to be involved in that committee.
I prefer the staff members to act as ex officio members.
Okay, thank you. That's a good word.
That's just the easiest way for me to see it.
And that's what I've always seen
Okay.
in the past as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. And I expected that for most. I just wasn't sure if there'd be any specific departments that you like at the table, but that works for me if we want to go that way. And I'll just make sure all departments are invited and know, and hopefully appoint a specific person to be their contact. We I won't call it a soft deadline, but we're hoping to get all applications in by Thanksgiving. So then we'll be putting together the list and bringing it to you in some format so you can see all the applications. Again, another question for you might be, do you want a recommendation from us or just want to see all the applications? I'd probably prefer just to give you the applications and have a conversation about it, but however you'd like to receive those, we can, and we have a couple weeks, so we can get advice from you and maybe when we see what the list is looking like, how you'd like to take that list. The comprehensive plan is lagging behind the solar. Evan started working right away on the battery energy storage stuff because it's relevant. We have the moratorium we're dealing with, so we want to get ahead of that one. Comprehensive plan, our next step, we have been assembling a number of comprehensive plans from around Washington and the rest of the country. Evan's done quite a bit of work on that, gathered a lot of information. Our next step is to schedule 4 community workshops. These will be introductory, 2-part really. The first part, educational. What is a comprehensive plan? What's the value? What's the role of citizens in that? What does ours compose of? What could it compose of compared to growth management counties? And then, so the community workshops we're looking at, these are 4 locations I wanted to run by you to see if it made sense. We're trying to cover as much geographically of the county as we can. We're looking at Bickleton, Goldendale, White Salmon, and Trout Lake, but certainly would take alternate locations if you think that we should have others. The Goldendale one, and I assume the White Salmon will be online based on technology. I don't know that Bickleton or Trout Lake would be able to accomplish that, but the key is to make sure people have an avenue to participate in these workshops.
How do you feel about Dallasport?
I was thinking Dallasport and Glenwood and whether Trout Lake makes the most sense. And so my first thought is for drive time, Trout Lake works for Glenwood area as well, and that kind of covers that area. And people in Dallasport, it's a 20-minute drive to White Salmon. It's the same thing from Glenwood to
Okay.
Trout Lake. So
Okay.
I can see these being good options.
Yeah, they're kind of your major hubs.
Okay. And I think we'll extend an offer to any of the community councils as well, that we'd be glad to go out for and just meet, maybe not do the full presentation, but go out and give an update and get some input if any community councils would like that as well.
I'm sure everyone is going to ask for the whole deal.
Okay. The only other item, I need to get confirmation on this, but but initiative that had to do with the Clean Energy Act, repealing the Clean Energy Act, understand failed. And so that likely means that our funding will continue a second year. So we're looking at 2 things. One would be as you know, because the funding crammed everything into a very tight window to finish by the end of June. So I'm hoping what this will allow us, it'll be to extend the draft for that, because what we were going to do was get as much as we needed to satisfy the grant, knowing we'd have a lot of work afterwards. And hopefully this will allow us to extend that out so we can get the work done we wanted to afterwards, done with, on the grant time cycle, and spend pretty much all of next year getting the draft ready, and then for adoption in 2026. The only other current project I'll highlight, because you've heard about the others, Bluebird Solar. They've been on hold for quite some time on their own accord. They've been based on comments received through the SEPA process from citizens as well as from the Yakama Nation, are looking at doing some modifications within their same footprint, but to address those concerns as part of their mitigation. So we'll be coming out, working forward with their SEPA determination. We've received notice that they're ready to go, and so we'll continue on that process. That's all that I think I have this morning, unless you have any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Christopher?
No.
Mr. Anderson, anything else for Scott?
No, not for open session.
No, and I just want to thank you again, Scott. You've made a lot of changes moving forward and made the department your own, and have applied working order, and you've really considered the public, and I appreciate that.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Got a great team and great public to work with.
Good. And welcome to the halfway mark.
Yeah, I hope it's halfway. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, but it goes downhill now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Commissioners' reports and comments.
Would you like the consent agenda, ma'am?
Sure.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 11 items.
Mr. Christopher, do you have a second for the consent agenda?
Sorry, I did not hear anything. I don't know if his mic
That's
might
okay.
not have been on.
It was a motion to approve the consent agenda with 11.
I will second the motion.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $362,425.36 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $874,218.58 for the date ending November 12th, 2024.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. I jumped ahead. I had crossed off those two. I don't know. I moved right to Scott because he was sitting there. So commissioners' reports. Do we need a motion to accept those holidays schedules or just announce when they are? Okay. That's why you're here. I wasn't going to put you in the hot seat.
I appreciate that. I think the reason it's on the agenda is staff remembered last year that it was controversial and um, had issues surrounding it. So before a decision was made this year, I think the thought last year was to have a discussion about it. So it's my understanding that where it all started, Jeff Hunter was going to be here. Sure, I'm on my own. What started out as an informal, where the commissioners would go around on Christmas Eve and send people home early. I'm talking about the departments that report to the commissioners, not the electeds. They can do what they want to do. And then on, I think, 3 o'clock on New Year's Eve, over the years evolved from an informal thing to a unwritten formal. In 2 or 3 of the last 4 years, we've had to resolve union issues because when you do that, the sheriff's department, the corrections officers, and the dispatchers, and public works, if they're out working because of a storm, do not get to go home early. And so it is created, while appreciated and understandable from those employees that get to go, it's a source of angst for those who can't. And remind the commissioners we're in collective bargaining this coming year. And the union has already vowed to have that be an issue on there because of what they perceive as unfairness. I would just ask the commissioners to review this and understand that that is problematic and now turning. And ultimately, if you do it this year, it will wind up in collective bargaining, and you'll do it every year from this point forward, at least with the union employees. So just wanted to put that out there before you make the decision.
Oh, go ahead. Oh.
I was going to bring it forward because Rob and I have talked this over. Our department is all here anyway. So we've already made that motion, already made that move. So we don't, when the office is closed, we don't shut down. Because we have guys on the road, we still man phones, so we're still, I mean, I would never come in and ask you, are we essential or not? That'd be a bad question. So I agree with Rob.
So we've had a little bit of deviation and it made a few bumps. So we have a written policy though.
I'm not aware of one. It's not in the employee handbook.
Okay. Okay.
So again, I think it started out as a nice thing, an appreciated thing on an informal thing where the commissioners would walk around. This is quite a few groups of commissioners ago, and then it's kind of evolved and
I think Mr. Hunter is talking a separate issue too. We're talking holidays. What do we do prior to the holiday?
Oh,
That New Year's and Christmas Eve. And then we also have to decide what do we do during storm season.
yeah, and that's next.
yeah, New Year's and Christmas Eve. I can give you the history on that. The way it used to work is the board would come around and give their departments. And it was, and then it became down to the directors. And the electeds would just, they had the legacy to do the same thing. That's how it used to be run. It was never officially announced. They just came in and they would close a little early. And I know because Gordy and I one year closed ahead before they got there, and they came in and said, "Where is everybody?" We said, "Well, we saw you coming, so we left." But it was done, like Rob said, it was more of an informal thing. That's how it was handled years ago.
Now, Mr. Christopher, your hand is up.
Question, you said the board would come around and kind of an informal thing. Are you talking all 3 commissioners would come around, or
Yeah.
a sole commissioner would come around?
No, usually all 3 of them would come by, or
Okay.
2, depending, whoever was
No.
typically, a lot of times if it fell on a Tuesday or Thursday, but usually you would have the East Side Commissioner and District 2 Commissioner.
Well, I was going to say, because I don't know. I see some issues with that, but I'll refrain from commenting. Whatever Jake wants to do, I'll second.
Any thoughts, Jake? Discussion, questions?
So last year we made it a formal decision, right, to let people go.
Well, I think I think since I've been here, you've discussed it early in the year, but that doesn't make it a formal policy or practice. But I think since you and Commissioner Christopher have been on board, there's been a discussion each year before you did it. I mean, you announced as opposed to waiting till the actual the day of.
Yes.
It's just become an issue with the unions, and frankly, I can see how it's unfair to them for those that are working, first responders, and so.
And is it only the essential employees in essence? Because those same people, when we close, those same people that are having an issue still have to come to work.
Yeah, if you close at noon on Christmas Eve, depending on the shift, dispatchers aren't going to go home. The patrol officers aren't going to.
Right, but if we have a winter storm, the dispatchers are still gonna come in and work, and the
Right.
same people are still gonna work, and that's kind of the difference between those essential and non-essential employees.
Yeah, the definition of essential is interesting in Klickitat County, but I think we can all agree that public works in a storm and law enforcement, corrections and dispatchers are truly essential. And I think that's where the term originated in a storm situation.
Yep.
And there's others. I don't want to leave anybody out. Generally, I think those are the groups.
And those are also agencies that are here 24/7, no matter what. Whereas other electeds, it's 9 to 5. They're different positions, different job descriptions in them to begin with. So what's the recommendation from staff?
That's where I was going next.
Well,
Glad
to
you did
play.
it first.
I won't be here for the negotiations, neither will Commissioner Christopher, so I don't want to set an example in a bad situation
At
for.
the, expense, at the risk of sounding like a Grinch, I think what was a nice effort in the past is turned into an issue. For every employee you let go, there's another employee who can't go, and it has created an issue. It's created an issue with collective bargaining at least 2, if not 3 out of the last 4 years. I think you should leave it up, like the electeds who can do what they want. I think you should leave it up to the directors who, if an employee wants to leave early, most employees who are going to be off Christmas Eve already know they're going to be off Christmas Eve. I think you leave it up to the directors. Employees can use vacation or comp time, flex their schedules, but leave it up between them and their directors and not make it a blanket across the county issue.
So the vacation comp or flex would cover payroll.
Yep. Yeah, the director does not have the ability
Just let it
to
go.
give somebody time off without permission of the commissioners.
Yeah, I want to make that clear for the public.
Well, I would just say I would advise against 2 commissioners deciding at 3 o'clock on a Friday to walk around and let people go, because that might be an open public meetings violation.
And we haven't done
So-
that since.
Been a few years.
Right. I'm advising against it going forward. Yeah, I'm fine with letting the department head deal with their department, and I'll stay out of it.
And it may or may not come up at collective bargaining anyway. They were rather irritated last year, and it may get resolved there one way or the other, and then we could bring it back if it is brought forward by the unions as how to deal with it across the county.
What percentage of staff take the last 2 weeks off anyways, and they're already taking vacation time and everything else? I mean, it's a significant portion, and that's when people usually take that time. So I am in favor of the staff's recommendation to leave it up to the directors and the department heads to manage their system how they see fit.
I agree. And Mr. Christopher.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other issue is, Jeff and I wanted to talk again from last year. We had the storm. Not speaking for Jeff, but speaking for Jeff, because we just talked out in the hall a little while ago. It's our thought that if the buildings are open, then we're open for business, and employees determining whether they can make it to work or not is between them and their director or elected official. I mean, you can have somebody that's in town who can't get out of their driveway and somebody that lives 40 miles from here that can get in, vice versa. So it's hard to make a decision on closing the county on road condition or whether employees can make it to work or not. So if the building is open that the employee works in, then we're open for business. Whether they can make it in or not is between them and their director or them and their elected officials.
And that's how I mean, we'll keep the buildings open because we come in anyway. Because we don't know which elected official won't decide to come in. So, I'll still give the same reports for Commissioner Zoller and the judges that I do every year. Again, I agree with
And
Rob.
that makes it very easy too for the person that has that responsibility. That's a
Yes.
big decision, yes or no, based off of the information you give. So that makes it fairly clear. I appreciate that directors can work with their people or elected.
And frankly, they do anyway.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I guess part of when we decide to close the county, what it is it's not just for our employees, it's also for the public at large. And when we put that out and we post it, then everybody knows you can't come in and do your licensing and everything else. And we've been burned a little bit on both sides. We've closed the building, closed it up, and then somebody made it in and they said, "Why are you not here? I made it in." And it's like, well, we did our best to get the word out, and I'm sorry you missed that. If it's all left up to the individuals or the directors or the electeds, we could be in the hot seat on the other side where we didn't announce that it was going to be closed.
And I'm not talking about an entire department, Commissioner. I'm talking about an employee. If an employee in a department or an elected office can't make it in, then they should work with their director or elected official. The odds of an entire department not being able to make it in are potentially rare. And I think if the building is open, then the public, again, like the employee, can determine whether they can safely make it in to do what they want to do. And then in the rare event, most likely, that the county would not be open for business, then of course that decision
Would be the
made.
Pioneer Center event like last year where the fire alarm system is frozen and doesn't work. Then that building, our recommendation would be that building would be closed. The other two buildings would be
And
open.
then we'd notify the public early like
Right.
we have typically.
And that you would know in advance.
Mhm.
Really just hasn't been a metric to when we close the building. And you've closed them up here and left White Salmon open again because the weather can be different one end of the county to the other. And that creates issues with the department that has employees at both ends. Well, they're not working, I'm working. It just, again, having a metric of if the building's open, we're open.
And I appreciate that, letting the directors or the electeds work with their people, because I know even in a different office, I won't name them, I don't get my, there's sometimes the director could come in with themselves or one staff and run the whole building for an emergency day
Mhm.
and be there in case one person comes in.
We kind of do that. I mean, we've been doing that forever or since last year, but we've been doing it for a long time because we always have people that are essential. So some of us come in anyway when the buildings is closed. So we still have to man phones and take calls and help people and coordinate with other departments. So we're here anyway. So now we kind of do it the same way. If somebody can't get out, we know where they live. Then we're like, okay, come in at noon or whatever. Or work from home.
Mr. Christopher.
On this one, I think it sets a dangerous precedent. The reason we close the county, in my opinion, is if the roads are bad enough, we don't want you to try to come to work, get halfway and get your car stalled in the middle of the road and a snow berm. So you're trying to advise people to not come to work and block roads and stall out. So I don't see that the system's broken now, and I can't get behind creating any policy because you don't know if it's 6 inches of snow or 6 feet of snow. So I would not recommend any changes, but that's just me.
For me, I would err on the side that if the road report came in one way or the other, then it's up to that director to work with their people. And they know where their people live. They can call them immediately, say, hey, you live in Sleepy Hollow. I don't want you to try to get here. Or we're covered for the day. You can stay home. We've got it. I would trust those directors. We have a lot of employees that we don't touch or know.
260 employees
Yeah.
live in 260 different locations throughout the county, and Commissioner Christopher's right. One can have 6 inches, one could have 6 feet.
Right. So for us to make a blanketed, I can come up here from where I live, and I live in the banana belt, and come up here and come to Siberia.
And again, if an employee does not feel safe
Yeah.
coming to work, just like any other
Can
day,
say,
then they should
Have sick leave and vacation.
contact their, well, not sick leave, they contact their, contact their, they contact their director or elected official and work it out. We have many employees now have the ability to work from home that we didn't have 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So,
Mr. Anderson?
I know we're looking at it from the employee's perspective, but at the same time, I'm looking at it from the public perspective. And the same thing about, as Commissioner Christopher was mentioning about getting stuck in it, having our employees get stuck in a snowbank on the way into the office. Is the same thing as if road is out there trying to plow roads to keep everything open, and you have more people on the roads getting stuck and getting into positions. When we close the county offices, the goal is what it's the same thing. And it's a mental change. You know, when I was growing up, we had school all the dang time. And now if they cancel school, like it's for any reason practically nowadays, 2 inches of snow and we cancel school. It's a different world we live in. And I understand the liability. I don't think we've ever had issues of liability where we said you need to come to work and then it's on us because we said you had to come to work.
and it wouldn't be on us.
And I don't believe it would be. So I'm not concerned about that. I guess what I'm looking at is more how we can say the building's open. And so you could have and I'm not pointing anybody out, but like the assessor could say, nope, stay home. We can't get around. We can't go do any assessments. But the auditor could say, yeah, you're coming to the office. And then for me, it comes down to process. How do we let the public know who's working and who's not? Because when we close the buildings down, it's like, hey, we can't clear the snow off the sidewalks. We're behind. Our people are working. We're trying to fix things and and how we get that information out there. For me, it was always pretty simple. When the chair would close the county offices, it means the county offices are closed to the public. If the director still wants to come in or the elected still wants to come in and work on stuff, that's fine. But for me, that's more of an outward facing decision to the public.
I guess you could separate it and the chair could decide whether we're open or closed to the public and still expect employees to come in to work. And remember, the same issue on the pre-holiday closure exists, if not to the same or a greater degree, when you close due to weather. The patrol doesn't have the option, depending on the bad roads, to stay home. Corrections officers have to come in. Dispatch has to come in. Jeff's entire crew is here working. So again, you've already got 25% of your workforce that's coming in anyway. And again, you create that disparity.
Yeah, but you're going to create the disparity anyway if you have one person in an office that lives 3 blocks from the courthouse that's told they have to come to work while somebody in Appleton gets a snow day.
We're not talking about a snow day, Commissioner. We're talking about if an employee can't safely get to work, which exists every day of the week, every day of the year, then they should discuss it with their director on whether they're working from home, they're coming in late, they're taking the day off using vacation.
So essentially it wouldn't be a paid day is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. The other concern I have is just because the building's open does not necessarily mean the grounds are safe. And somebody coming to work or a citizen coming to work could have a slip and fall and break a shoulder. So I hate setting just a blanket policy. It's just dangerous, but I've said enough.
What's your recommendation?
I think Jeff and I's recommendation is that if the building where an employee works is open, then the expectation is we're open for work. If an employee is unable to make it in because of their situation, then they need to contact their elected official or their director to work out how they're going to function that day individually.
Because I think, as Commissioner Zoller said, it puts the chair at a very curious, because I've dealt with all the chairs. Every time there's somebody new, and I always get the same question, I always get the same answer. What would you do? Well, I don't make that call. I'll just tell you what the weather forecast is. And I know because it was Commissioner Zoller's turn this year, and it's a tough decision. I remember when Commissioner Anderson had it. And even, and I remember when Commissioner Christopher had it. All the commissioners struggle with that. Do I close or don't I close? And, I'm not going to give you any help because I don't want to make that decision. And it's a very tough decision to make because you're asking us to tell the weather forecast. It may be bad, but it may turn out and be nice. And then the roads are all open and then you get shellacked the next day.
And you might get shellacked, and that's, so what? You get somebody upset. But in the end, what we do is we get a phone call at 5 a.m. where if your people who are all over the county, who have a better feel of the county than anyone else, saying whether it's going to be safe or unsafe. And we have some of the best snow plowing in the state because we've invested in that for a long time. And even even in that situation, there's a lot of times where you should stay home. Everyone should stay home. When it's really bad, especially if there's ice and it's getting worse. And I want the chair to be able to work with staff to make that decision on whether or not to keep the buildings open or not. That I want to enshrine that we still have the ability. It's the assumption is not the buildings are open no matter what. I don't want to stop that. And I thought we were having a little bit different discussion when you said, we're going to be here no matter what, and we can keep the buildings open no matter what. I don't know if that keeping the buildings open no matter what for the general public as well as non-essential employees is the best thing. On the other side, if the building is open, I want to make sure that every employee can work with their director or elected to do what's right for them and their family and everything else. Because I guarantee you, if we're closing the building, the school's closed too. And so these families are trying to work out what they're going to do with kids and everything else. And I want to make sure that we as employers are doing the best we can to be accommodating for everyone's situations and families. And as Director Van Cleve said, most of us can all work remotely. And just because we can't be in the office physically doesn't mean there's not a million projects that we can do because most of us have laptops now. There are only a few jobs that you have to be there and you're required to be there for. And there's nothing else you can do. And if the weather's looking bad, I expect that directors are going to talk to their employees to make sure that they take their laptops home with them if the weather looks bad so they can work from home. And that if those who might not have other duties, that they give them duties that they can do at home. Maybe it's going through paperwork. Take that paperwork home, work on it, because it might be closed tomorrow.
And I would assume under any recommendation that Public Works Director and whoever the board chair is any given year are going to have those discussions. There may be that unique situation where it doesn't make sense to have the building open.
Well, yeah, you could get a massive storm.
So I think that discretion will always exist with the director. But what we're trying to do is just have a metric on a normal snow event. We do live in the gorge. We're all pretty much used to weather events. So. And then.
Well, I would advise, since there's a new board coming in a month and a half, that you bring this on an item on the agenda on January, first week of January, and let that board decide. And with this board can run as status quo for the next month and a half.
What does that mean for a December snowstorm?
Status quo. What is our status quo? That was the question.
That is-
Chaos and
That
mayhem.
means
Yeah.
in December, if there's a major snowstorm, you're going to talk to the chair and you guys are gonna, the chair will make a decision.
Yes, you know, I don't do that.
You're gonna give
I
a
give the
honest
update.
recommendation.
I give the update of what the weather is, what the road conditions are.
So I'm not sure we made a decision, but
And you do a very good job.
we'll
I appreciate
keep doing whatever it is we've been doing.
Well, and that's the other thing. Any decision we make, the
And then
next
we'll be in
board can
trouble.
change in January. So it's, doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Correct.
it. Okay.
Well, thank you.
And I think all the directors and electeds that are listening are here, they work with their people anyhow. I trust them to do the right thing for their people. So
Okay.
we'll keep
I
going.
think you're up next.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What is the opioid funds that's on the agenda?
Oh, sorry about that, Mr. Christopher. We had reports and comments, Mr. Hunter. We had a discussion on opioid abatement funds before you.
Oh, really?
I
Okay.
did not
I'll just
see
hand this
that.
out since I'm on.
Okay,
We can
Then we
put,
can
we
step
can
aside.
push the opioid
okay.
later because we're already running a little late, right?
11 minutes. Let's go forward with you then, Mr.
Okay.
Hunter.
Hearing this afternoon.
And who's supposed to be running the opioid conversation?
I don't know. It doesn't say. That's something I was going to ask for that to be put on the agenda.
You were gonna ask for it to be put?
No, no, that was something else.
Okay, so who put it on the agenda?
Opiate abatement funds, who put that on the agenda?
Then, Commissioner Christopher. As we're talking about.
I couldn't hear. Did I hear my name that I put it on the agenda?
No,
No.
we're trying to decide who did.
Because I didn't do it. I was trying to figure out why it's there.
And I think if we want to have a conversation about the
Thank you.
opioid funds, we need to get the
Aaron.
other people in the room. Was there a specific thing? Like it come from last week's meeting?
Aaron was working with a group that was going to come make a presentation, and that's the last I heard.
I won't forget you.
I don't remember it. So,
As you can see, this is how good our memory is becoming
Yeah.
at this time of the year.
so bank that one and we'll talk about it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let me
And
do that with you.
send it to me where it is on the tape.
Yeah, please. Okay, sorry, Mr. Hunter, go ahead.
Okay, well, we don't have a lot. Consent agenda's done. We don't have any pay estimates. We do have a hearing. I passed out the 6-year, so you have the latest. It has the maps. Also attached to it, we'll bring in the full-size maps at the 6-year. We have a meeting today at 1. Also passed out the procedural sequence, and then we'll have another one at 6 tonight. And with that, we'll go right into the construction.
All right, our only construction project remaining is still Sundale Old Highway 8. They are finishing up the project and we'll be doing a drive-through with a punch list preparation this week. Hopefully we'll be done.
And
with
that is fully done. So you guys paved it the same.
No, we're waiting for the contractor to finish their work, then we're gonna get chip seal put on it right after they're done.
And I thought we like to overwinter things.
We
before.
do, except for if we don't, we pay. Right now, we get the state to pay, but that money goes away at the end of the year.
And that money can't roll over. Really?
I wish we didn't have to either, trust
Okay.
me. I would rather wait, but we've tried everything. They're like, nope, that money goes away. They made that decision before the election.
Okay.
I won't get into what it was. We won't need to go down that path.
Okay, so we're gonna come in and chip seal it after this. At least it's on the east end of the county.
Yes.
And if it gets really cold, is that gonna be an issue?
It won't be good. It will be, if it's cold, when it's real cold, when we're chip sealing, that won't be good.
Yeah.
But we're hoping to start chip sealing next Monday.
Oh, okay, that fast.
Yes.
All right.
Right. On road design, Sunnyside Road overlay, we're just waiting for the approval from CRAB and we'll get it on the agenda for going out to add for that overlay project. The consent agenda this morning did have a new agreement for that project and that removed our match requirement for it. So it's completely funded by the state now. Again, that was expiring the end of this year, so we did meet that timeline. Bridge repair bundles were in the same spot we were last couple weeks, still waiting for those 60% plans to be completed by our consultant. Bickleton Overlay Box Springs is out to add. We'll be opening bids on that on the 26th. Had some interest on that project, so we should get some good bids. White plastic.
We are getting more interest on these projects than we have in the last few years. Like, does it seem like things are getting a little tighter?
It's good to go out this time of the year because we see a lot more interest,
Right.
but we'll see what bids come in as.
Mhm.
White plastic edge lines, they're with WashDOT, waiting for approval to go to add. Curve warning signs, staff's doing their final review of the project in the field, and we'll get that put back together so we can get out to advertisement probably January or February. And the road safety plan update, we're working with the consultant to get an agreement put together, reviewing their draft scope of work and cost estimates. That's what I got, Jeff.
Okay, on the east end, we're still working on Bickleton Highway and doing some grading. On the west side, we're grading roads, grinding stumps and ditching. Typical winter or this time of year maintenance work. Up the facilities projects, we got most of the painting completed this weekend. We still got the caps we're gonna do. All that's gonna take place on the week of Thanksgiving. Events, we don't have any except for winter riding and it is ongoing. Jail events are the same thing. Trout Lake Park project is complete. Dallasport Community Center, we start work on the back porch area. Up their sign and the things that they get next week. And we talked about the 6 year, that's it.
How long has the Fuel Island project been going on now?
Been going on a while. Just because first we had to place it and then we've been designing it and it's a complicated design and frankly, I want to do the final review and I just haven't had a chance to do it. We're too busy running around the airport right now, trying to get that one up and running.
Are you gonna be giving an update to us during natural or economic development on the airport?
Project or
The costs?
we have estimates, of course. And so we've scaled the project back some. And some of it is some of it isn't finalized. I don't know how else to say it. So I want to be careful what I say publicly because some of it may not be correct. It's in transition a lot. I mean, the project's gone from anywhere from around $10 million to $7 million. So we're still.
So we went out and did a design, right? And had an engineering firm design it.
Yes.
And then you guys estimated it.
Yes.
And so when you guys estimated it for what was originally designed, it came in at $10 million, you're saying now?
Yeah, with the building the college asked for. Remember, when we first started this, we started it in 2020.
Yep.
And it grew in 2020, and then it grew more because things have changed at the airport.
What grew?
The building size and the program has grown.
The
So
building size has been changing throughout.
They asked for more.
they asked for more and more classroom size. Originally, the building was around 10,000 square feet with a small classroom in the corner. Now it's 15,000 square feet with a couple classrooms and a meeting room and a bunch of other stuff. So we may be back to scaling it back.
So who made those changes on the size of it? Was that who made those decisions to scale it up?
College wanted it scaled up.
Okay.
We looked at doing it because they're one of the members of the design group or the committee. So we were asked to look at it. So we have scaled it up and we will bring it back, maybe bring it back down. But right now we're in communications with the airport board or the two main members of the airport board.
And I think, if I'm not incorrect, correct me, part of the problem with increases too was time. It was expansion requests, it was time, and then also the end result, more time permitting. We got a big hit when we got, we were fairly well landed until we got held up on the last permitting phase. And we got held up 3 weeks, which caused some other problems and finance to grow. But we've solved that. Now we're trying to move back to what does the design of the building look and what does the budget say?
I guess and I don't know where Commissioner Christopher feels, but I feel like I'm a little bit in the dark of where we're at. And I would prefer to have a good update of, oh, sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Christopher, if you couldn't hear me. What I said is I feel like I'm a little bit in the dark on this, and I would like to have a good update on what the design, what got us to the 10 million, because to me, that just feels like it's completely out of the realm of, I thought we were looking at 3 million originally, and then we went to 5 million. And, you know, it's that game of every time it goes up, you have to go look for more money. And then when you go look for more money, it goes up again by the time you get that money. And it's the exact same thing we had with the nursing facility in White Salmon and everything else. And of course, the college. And I remember hearing that somebody at the college said, oh, we want the new person that came in, oh, we want this Taj Mahal of everything. And it's like, and at the time I thought we were like, absolutely not, unless you come to the table with the money up front. No, we can't design that. And you're telling me that we did do the design and spent the 200,000 on that for that big design?
No, we never did the Taj Mahal. We grew it because they said they had their plan has expanded. For us to and value engineer it back down, there's not a lot of cost associated with that. It's harder to go up than it is to go down once you start here. We were pressured to go up, we went up, so we looked at it, but there are other things involved there. So I'll get right to them, I guess.
No, you could be candid.
There were things done at the airport not done properly, which have cost this project a lot of money. There are piles of waste material that are put on the site that we now have to move that we didn't realize were there.
Wait, all those piles that we've been trying to sell?
Correct.
That's waste. We have to move that.
We didn't.
I
know.
thought we were selling it and trying to make money off of it.
The airport
No, you
was.
don't make money off of that. You
It's all
lose
good topsoil, isn't it?
No, it's rock and sand. That's all that's out there. We're stuck moving it now. And to do it properly, you should place it once, not keep placing it and moving. What we've done is we've saved money on prior projects by putting the money on these projects. And I prefer, not to get too far into this in open
Without
session.
coordination.
Yes,
Yeah.
without coordination.
So what about the price? Because what I've seen in construction is about a 50% increase in heavy construction. And so this is pumps, pipes, and the road.
Yes,
So where's your estimate on the pumps, pipes, and the road?
that's $5 million now.
That by itself is $5 million. And we originally
Building is
started at
5.
3 on that, or less than 3 on that?
We originally started at less than at 2019, 2020. Then that went up to 3.1.
3.1, the last update. And so it went
When we've completed the design, and now that we know where we stand with stormwater that we need to take care of,
That was another error that
that's
cost
another
money.
error. That's another
was
thing
done-
that hasn't been done properly over the years that now we have to take care of.
Because stormwater was diverted from the airport section across this phase with a pipe now that has to be moved and a settlement pond built for it because there was a diversion of stormwater that shouldn't have happened.
Everything that happened at the airport has been designed by engineers, has it not, though? And
Yeah, but you
so,
can, it depends on what direction you give the engineers.
but you're saying that that somebody gave the engineers the wrong direction to build the stormwater, or was it being built with a different expectation in mind of what was going to be
It was
built?
being with an expectation of, I just got this project. I want to get this project done as cheap as I can, not look at the overall plan
And is it
and fix
wrong
it.
to say there's a difference between engineers too?
Oh, yeah.
We
Right.
have airport engineer with advice and we have Tennyson that was doing the project.
So the question is where do we want to fall? And the reason we haven't brought that to you is because we don't have all the numbers. We've still been, I mean, we've been working effortlessly on this for the last 3 weeks of different options and different things to do. You know, do we go this option, which reduces the, right now we're down to 3 options potentially. Option 1 is you ask for the additional $5 million and you build the whole thing. Option 2 is you whittle it back down to 6 lots and you build the college campus, the building site at about 10,000 square feet. And that one comes in right around $8 million.
So we still don't have the money for it though.
We don't have the money for any options. We haven't had. We still have to ask for more money.
But we have a fairly good certainty on the second option.
We have a very good certainty on the second or the third option. And the third option is to scale the building back, which the college has already said, you know, if you make the building too small, we can't use it. We have no use for it. So we're kind of stuck there too. So we can't get too small.
So when is this going to come in front of the board as a whole to make decisions? Is it going to come in front of the board as a whole?
Well, we don't, you know, we could bring it to you, but we don't know where we're going to stand about getting money. We find that out on the 20th of how much money we can get.
If any.
If any. If not, then we could be in a different ballgame altogether. There's actually 2 asks that Richard has come up. There's an ask on the 20th and then there's another ask. And I don't want to speak for Richard, but.
Commissioner Christopher, I guess where are you at? How do you feel and what information do you feel you need?
Wow. Trying to say things delicately, but you know me. Unfortunately on this one, I feel the board has been pretty outside the loop. I'm hearing things today for the first time that I didn't know anything about. I think the whole approach that the board isn't the decision makers on what we're doing or how big or why the college doesn't have a contract that if we build it, they have to occupy it, and or what size is just kind of scary. So I mean, what information would I need? We'd need to start at the ground floor. First off, I had no idea the size of the building has changed 3 times and now they're backpedaling. And I thought this thing was getting built. I didn't realize, oh, no, we're short of money. Again, the longer we kick this down the road, the better chance it has of never getting built. So I think the whole thing's just a train wreck, but that has to do with the entities involved. And I don't really have any say so in that. So your baby.
Thank you for letting us know how you feel.
The process is there and I'm new to that board, fairly new and new to the project for sure. Years ago, it started and it's been working its way through. So get involved and stay involved is how you know. The departments are always there, open and available to talk about these projects. And we know this project's been moving and we hear bits and pieces. So if you want to know about it, sometimes you have to go ask. And that's what I've done. And then I dug in and started looking for paperwork, looking at contracts, looking at concepts, looking at what happened in the past to bring myself to where I am today. I don't feel it's a train wreck. I think it's been really, really hard to keep up with all the different pieces and partners that are involved in this. And I think our staff has done a great job of keeping us up to date to keep this project alive. The city is our partner as well as that Columbia Gorge College. And it's very important to us to fulfill something that we promised, not only to our partners, but also through the EDA, through Department of Commerce and everybody else, the legislators who have been great partners to move this project. And so time and energy are all coming to a pinnacle, and I think we need to walk our way through it carefully with the city of the Dalles and wait for that budget to see what we can afford to do, and then offer it between partners. Do we want to do it? And if the college wants it, is where I'd like to see it go.
Well, I guess my problem is you've been on that board for 2 years. You are our liaison to that board for the last, sorry, not 2 years, 1 year and 11 months. Your obligation is to inform your seatmates of what's going on. And I find that two of us don't really know what's going on. And so in the future, I would hope that you would do a better job informing your new seatmates on what's going on. And with that, I will end my comment.
Well, and you have to be willing to be involved. And I do believe Mr. Anderson has a full understanding of the project. And I think he's asking questions from his view to bring out things that Mr. Anderson needs to hear and wants to hear. And I think the people are in the room to help us do that. Richard, did you have something you want to update on finances?
I'll take a knee here real quick. So just to answer some of the concerns that Commissioner Dan Christopher had, this project has morphed a few times in just the last 6 months. So we started the engineering design phase around May, around the May timeframe, and we thought it was a pretty straightforward project in order to engineer for the engineering design phase. And just like any bureaucracy, sometimes the left hand is not talking to the right hand. The Columbia Gorge Community College is still fully willing on occupying that space. The differences in the square footage is basically as they go through the architectural portion of the hangar space, I've attended a number of those meetings between the college and our engineers with Tennyson, and I let them know 2.7 million is the limit. That's what I got on here. Those are the numbers we're working with. So no gold-plated door handles, if that makes sense. And basically, to summarize, what we came out with was gold-plated doorknobs. So they were, asked for the moon, and we've had to bring them back a number of times. When I spoke with the CFO about this, one thing to understand with the college itself is they're on their third CFO this year, and they brought somebody out from retirement that retired 12 years ago to help them out for the next person. So she's going to be gone here in the next month or two for the new CFO to come on board. That CFO was not tracking, and neither is the president of the board. They're still completely on board with the long-term lease. They like that idea, but they have to base it off of their student enrollment, if that makes sense. And so, are we going to get the full, first we had the 14,000 square feet, then the instructors wanted 15,000 square feet. And so right now we're kind of in this flux. From a financial standpoint, and I was going to brief this today, we sent in a few different options for the financing piece. And by the way, I understand the commissioners feel a little definitely outside the box, so to speak, on trying to figure out what's going on. These price quotes that I'm talking about, that is basically almost doubled the cost of the project. They didn't come out all the way up until maybe less than 2 weeks ago. So not last week, but like last Thursday, Friday. And Public Works has been working around the clock, as well as with Tennyson Engineering, on getting us these drawings as fast as they can so that we can go back to the investment review committee for an ask. Right now, we're still doing some coordinations with the FAA on that environmental piece. So when we talk about bureaucracies not talking to one another, for instance, something that we just came across in the last 2 months was the US EDA as the lead agency for NEPA, right? National Environmental Protection Act. They gave us the okay on our project. As the lead agency, they were supposed to have coordinated with the FAA, and they just back in 2022, and they just never did. And so we've had to play catch up in that role. So there's been a lot, I would say, that's been happening in the last, I'd say, month and a half. That's, is it basically puts us where we are today with what Jeff is talking to me all about. But in the meantime, we just recently went for for another ask with 3 different options. And I'm just going to say some things off the top of my head. So right now, the project, and I'm just going to, for the public's sake, I'll go into a little bit of the history here. In 2020, when Commissioners Jim Sizemore, Rex Johnston, and Commissioner Dave Souter had appointed me as the authorized organizational representative, and I was tasked with find some funding and apply for dollars through the US EDA. We were using 2019 estimates with an application in 2020. The EDA delayed us by almost 3 years, and in September of 2022, they gave us the award with the understanding that we didn't have the money to do the project. They knew that, and they knew we were going to be going back with another request. From that point, we went from, in 2022 engineering estimates, we had approximately $5.9 million set aside for this project. And we were able to secure $5.05 million. So we were going to go back with the $900,000 ask. The issue is, once we started this engineering design phase, it was pretty much going to just be a slam dunk with that $900,000. We were going to get that and just complete out the project. The issue is, one of the issues is that hangar space. If you were to include like a parking lot and a few other small items, that hangar space grows from 2.7 to 4.9. And those are some of those issues you're not going to find until you do the engineering phase. And then there's some wastewater issues that are out there. And we got that with the Small Business Innovation Fund grant with the Washington State Department of Commerce. So when we take all of these facets together, and then the infrastructure basically grows from 3.1 to about 5 point whatever it is. Now we're looking at a $10.6 million project, and we have $5 million of it secured. We still maintain a 23% grant match ratio with the U.S. Economic Development Administration. That's what they require for all of their grants, that you maintain. So originally this was a $2.8 million grant, and the county's portion of it was $350,000. And then the other $350,000 was going to be coming from the city of the Dalles as their half, if that makes sense. So yeah, our 3 options with the natural disaster declarations that were announced in Klickitat County for winter storms in 2022 and 2023. We literally just last Thursday put in an application to utilize some of those dollars. Those dollars need to be allocated by the end of the year, and they have a number of dollars that they're available. And we basically have 2 requests left for financing options. We have this one. The 3 options are: give us the full $5.5 million. Let's engineer it down and give us $3.3 million. So instead of opening up 10 lots, maybe we go down to 6 lots. And we keep the size of the hangar space at 14,000. Or we can ask for 2.2 million and go from 10 lots down to 6 lots, and then downsize that hangar accordingly to fit within that budget. Those were the 3 options we're asking for. We'll know by the end of November where we sit with that request. And then we still have one last request, which will be either December or no later than January for the Investment Review Committee. So just to clarify, the natural disaster relief dollars, those are FEMA dollars that are being administered by the EDA for economic development purposes. So that's one pot of funds that we're asking for. And then the second pot of funds we'll be asking for will be that Investment Review Committee. So if they give us 2.2 million, let's just say they give us $1 million. Then we can still go back to the investment review committee and ask for that remaining amount and see where we stand there. We're already looking at this from a worst case scenario type of standpoint. And so what was been fortunate is the county commissioners have approved us moving forward with the engineering and design phase without touching the EDA grant. So that makes it so we're very de-risked from the project, if that makes sense. But worst case scenario, if we don't get another penny, we can still build the hangar space for the airport. And we're just going to have to downsize it from an infrastructure perspective drastically. So
if we get neither of these grants, you can still build the hangar?
yeah, if we don't get any additional funding, we should still be able to. Well,
Still got to put in some of the infrastructure.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't
have
see
to
how you could do
size
it.
the hangar quite.
okay.
So you would, yeah, it would be touch and go. We haven't looked. Be really tight.
Speaking with the EDA, if we have to engineer it down, whatever that looks like, speaking with the project manager, they would allow us to use their grant funds to make that happen. So whatever cost amount that is.
Okay, so far we've invested or we've agreed through $0.09 on the 350,000, correct?
For the T hangars?
No, the
Oh,
350,000.
yeah.
Okay, and then we came back and you asked us for more money from the $0.09.
150,000.
So
yes.
that takes us up to $500,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it comes in at 10.6 million and we have a 23% grant match, how do we get up to the 2.438 million of the local match? What is the plan there?
Can you state
And,
that one more
and then
time?
if I could piggyback on that one, because you can answer it in the same question. What are we leasing this building for to the college for? What's the lease payment, and are they going to be paying back the grant match?
Please let me know if I understand your question correctly, Commissioner Anderson. You're asking where our other match went?
No, I'm saying, so if it comes in at
Oh.
10.6 and you go and you ask for all these millions of dollars, our match percentage of that goes up, right?
Yep.
And so if it's 10.6 million, the local match would need 2.438 million, correct? At 23%.
Yeah, so right now, the funding breakdown that we've obtained is going to be basically that $1 million between us and the city. And then we have the $1 million CARB loan. And then we have a $250,000 match from the Washington State Department of Commerce. So those would be considered non-federal match. That's how they determine the grant match would be whether or not it's federal dollars are touching it.
But isn't the CARB loans federal dollars, isn't it? Or is that's
It
state?
is, yeah, it's through WashDOT.
That's state, okay.
So you feel like you've possibly secured your match?
Yeah, we went above and when I was hunting originally for that 5.9, match or whatever, I was trying to go above and beyond and capture as many dollars as I could out in the, non-federal sector, so to speak. So state and local, grants and things of that nature. And we got within $900,000 of that original amount. So, but like I said, there's been some small alterations that we've come across. So it more or less almost doubled in price. And Commissioner Christopher, I forgot what was your
Lease.
Oh, the lease rate, yes. So originally in the draft lease that we have, so the original plan for the Columbia Gorge Community College was this was going to be a 14,000 square foot space, 7,000 and 7,000. Historically speaking, with every EDA grant, due to the constitution of not being able to gift public funds, typically if you build a hangar space, it needs to be for two entities. Nobody can own more than 49%. So you'd have one entity with 49%, another with 49%, and then you put in like a coffee shop or something similar that would take up 2% of the space. And that's typically the way the US EDA would operate. So when we first began this, the idea was to have it, half of it was going to be for hangar storage to generate lease rates from hangar storage. The other half, 7,000 square feet, was going to be for the Columbia Gorge Community College. As their program has begun, they basically have already maxed out their student enrollment at 24 students, and now they have a waiting list. So they're looking at plans at trying to double their student enrollment and all of their assets and everything. And they would like to take up the entire space. But that would go from an originally agreed amount draft lease of $5,000, like $63 a month. That would be used to help service that $1 million CARB loan with Washington State. If they want to grow to that 10,000 square feet of space or whatever that looks like, that amount would necessarily have to be tied into that as well. But we haven't talked to the Columbia Gorge Community College, and when we talk about these lease rates, Jeff Renard, the airport manager, had originally agreed to that $5,000 per month. But now we're kind of in, basically in flux on what the end product is going to look like. And that would obviously go through him as the airport manager on what those lease rates would look like.
So the payment on the hangar is intended to service the debt.
Yeah.
So we don't. And then once they're done with that money then drops back into the airport accounts to help fund the airport. Okay.
Yeah, but my question is if the price is doubled and does the loan double, or is the CARB loan just staying the same dollar amount?
Yeah, the CARB loan stays at $1 million.
Okay.
So we have our match, our required match, to ask for the full 5.5, but I'm going to be honest with you, we ain't getting that 5.5 million. That's a lot of money. But I can see us potentially getting the 3.3 or the 2.2. I think those are going to be more realistic options. But you have to ask, because we have our scope of work with the EDA, we have to ask for the full amount as one of the options.
Thank you for the clarification that if we get the full ask that we still have the match. That's what I was looking for. I guess the next question I would have is there any way to increase the CARB loan and increased how much they pay because the cost of the building went up, so that in essence they're paying for their portion. Public dollars are paying for the infrastructure that is for economic development purposes in the future, but you're in essence kind of breaking these things in two pieces, because right now the building is going to cost a lot more than $1 million anyways, and that's an asset that goes for the county and the city, but still you've got your maintenance and everything else. And if they're going to take the whole thing, I just want to make sure that debt is paid for, but I want to actually see something get built.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I can come to the county commissioners during hopefully the December update and see what that might look like. I see one bottleneck or one issue being, what is the top dollar amount that the Columbia Gorge Community College can pay for their program? And then kind of work backwards from there, because they're the ones that are going to be inhabiting the space. And typically with that draft lease, it's for a 20-year, it's a 20-year lease term typically. And after every 3 or 4 years, there's inflation tied to it. So with market rates. So, based off that, but, one thing that I see is, and I'll just let the county commissioners be aware of this. So the CARB program was allocated by the department, or what was allocated by the state through, the House and the Senate and everything, $5 million for the entire state, $5 million for the whole state. And we captured 20% of that. And so they actually consider this project a statewide flagship project for that program. If there's additional funding available, I'm sure they would be okay with us asking for an additional loan that's going to be tied to that. But, that has to go through their CARB board, just like it would have to go through like a CURB board for approval. One other option is if they say no for CARB, if you want to take out additional loan, you could do CURB. But I'm sure Greg Gallagher, if he's listening, is hating me right now for mixing up some of these loans and stuff. But there's those options as well. But I can go back and talk to the CFO and Jeff Renard and Carbon and try and get some numbers for you.
Well, I guess the one thing for the public is using your terms, we designed a gold-handled building in which that building, as it expands in space, reduces the number of other lots that we can get because there's only so much money available. And so these guys can only pay so much for it. But in the end, usually it would be, how we've done it in the past is we'll put in all the pumps and pipes and everything in the ground, and you find your own loan to build your own hangar to run your own project. And that's how it usually goes. And so as these guys kept coming in and saying, hey, we want more, 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 that means we get less for everything else in order for expansion. And so what I want to do is get away from the thought of gold-plated handles and doors, or even saying that out loud, because that has a negative connotation with the public, and get back to we want to ensure that we're going to build this project as most affordably as possible while ensuring that we create the most room for growth as possible, and ensuring that they can still manage their program that they want to manage. If they want both sides of the hangar, great, then we don't have to worry about leasing it out, and that's less risk on us. But if they want both sides of the hangar, do they really need the 15,000 square feet total? Because originally it was going to be 7.
Yeah, and the in defense of not why we didn't bring it forward is we got the estimate Thursday afternoon. That for that building. We've been
This
playing
last Thursday?
just this last Thursday.
And we,
This is the perfect time to have the conversation.
Right. Well, that's why we didn't bring it forward. We haven't even started the value engineering to scale the building down. I mean, so typically you take a stab at what you got. This is what their need was. They're the main customer. What we charged them for, we would figure out when we got the building. This was the first crack of it. We thought the building would come in 3 something. We actually sat down, you put the pencil to the paper, you get the architects involved, you start looking at what the trades are charging and everything else. Just throw some common numbers out there. The electrical alone in the building's over $300,000, which is incredibly expensive. Because it's not anything really, so we haven't even started looking at the different scale backs. That's why we really haven't brought it here. But at the same time, I'm glad we are having this discussion, because we are kind of under the gun with the infrastructure, because they need to construct that this winter. It is very critical that it's done in the winter because of the dust control over there. You'll never keep the dust down doing the Mass X. You can't do it. You can't. You'll be getting fined. You'll be all kinds of things. So you do the major X in the winter time, which means you need to start construction at the very least, at the latest date, probably mid-January. So to do that, we need to be out to bid fairly quick. So we'll have to have a decision. But we need to have time to actually look at what this building scale down is. We're having a meeting this Thursday. We're going to look at scaling the building back to somewhere around 10,000 square feet. We'll work with Richard, see this is the cost. This is what the lease payment will be. And again, we've been trying to keep the chair involved
on this fast-moving train.
On the fast-moving train, because
Yeah.
it has been fast.
It has been.
I mean, the infrastructure, we found that to do that right, if we were to do all the 10 lots, that sets us up forever, which should have been done a long time ago. I mean, as far as stormwater, you can control stormwater for all 3 phases then. All the remaining phases, which should have been done a long time ago. Instead of having the stormwater controlled on the lot, they're small lots. Typically in bigger developments, you set one lot aside for all your stormwater. You size the pond for that size, and then you put the pipes in as the lots build. But your stormwater is controlled for the whole facility at that time.
So you're saying you want to build the stormwater for the full 30 lot build out, not just the 9 lots right now?
The pond will be that size. The excavation is the cheapest thing there. That doesn't add much cost to your project at all.
Mass X is the cheapest thing you can.
Right, and you have to put in a bigger enough pipe anyway, because remember, you're taking all that stormwater off the runways. That has never been dealt with for years.
The other thing I can say is if you take a little bit of a different view, you have the college, the people who want the project, who are very excited about it. And of course, if you're excited about a project, you don't know all the fine details, but you do ask for the gold plated because you want your project, you want to dream your dream. And I have to thank staff for holding the line and saying, no, we need to reel this back in. Here's your reality. Here's what we can afford. Here's what we
You
can.
can always build another hangar if your program grows or add on to your hangar.
And that's the other thing we're looking at is onto the hangar. And there's a lot of things we've looked at. We just started looking at, like I said, we've been dealing with this up through Friday. We were still dealing with it. So it is still moving and we can, we can do, I think it'd be good. We can do updates every week now.
I think that would probably be good as quickly as this is moving and considering. And you're really going to have answers that soon?
I owe David Chenault, the program manager for CARB, a call anyways. So I can reach out to him and see what,
I meant on the grants, not on CARB. You
Oh,
already
yeah,
got the
so
million.
so that doesn't, that's not, that comes directly from the EDA. I said, when do y'all meet? I think it was like the third Wednesday of November. And you'll have an answer back to me within a week on whether or not we obtained that piece of the funding for the natural disaster declarations here in Klickitat County.
Do we have a very high likelihood of getting natural disaster declaration dollar for?
So according to him, we went through this discussion, a little back history on that. We went through this discussion back in like May and June when we first started this, saying, hey, the county has a disaster number as given to us by FEMA for these dollars. And so basically anytime there's like $1 million in damages to like a winter storm, you can claim that as part of FEMA. And they had a supplemental budget that they had given across for the entire US, it was like 500 million, but for the 9 states that we're in within the West region, I think it was like 25 million or something. But basically with that supplemental budget, they've got a lot of money in that and it must be allocated by December. It has to be. So they've got one other meeting in December, but by December 31st, it must be allocated or they lose those dollars.
But isn't that usually for paying for like storms and damage and everything else?
No, you can, so that's what FEMA does. These are FEMA dollars, but it goes through the EDA. So it's for economic development purposes. So the idea for us was, and I was able to connect with Jeff King on this as we told the story about the airport, was basically because it's used as a fire base operator. We have firefighting assets on both sides of the river that basically locate and utilize that airport. And then when you include emergency aviation services like Life Flight that are on there, and then it's also designated by the Washington State Emergency Management Division as a critical transportation access point and aviation point of distribution within the state. So you can basically from an emergency standpoint, that airport has a lot of FEMA related activities that you can tie into it that you can argue if we put in so much extra money, this money for this project, you can help expand a lot of those services.
Is these the same dollars that we applied for through FEMA to do the fencing around the place or around it a few years ago?
I have no idea. I wasn't part of that one.
Okay.
And you have
But
pretty good assurances and buy-in from these people on this.
Yeah, and the EDA, they weren't very excited when we told them how much it grew, but they're like, maybe, when I speak to him, every time he goes back, he's giving us the insurance, we're gonna get some amount of money. Out of all the projects he's ever put in for an additional ask, he's always been able to get some amount of money for us.
So there's the FEMA one and that'll be at the end of this month. And then there's the other EDA dollars too, right? And when is the date on that?
Review Committee.
What is
that? That's gonna be tough. I'm not gonna lie to you. That one's gonna be tough because we're competing against 9 states And right now, again, they've got like, let's call it 25 million, 16 million of it is already spoken for. And so we're competing against 9 states for like $9 million on that ask.
And when is that?
That's gonna be, you know, for us, either December or January timeframe. And we
Won't
should
be
know
long.
once they have their meeting, we should know within a week.
So if we can't move to construction until all the dollars, we know exactly how much dollars we have. So we won't know until probably January or potentially February, and then you're gonna have to suddenly go out to construction right thereafter for your dust mitigation, for your Mass X. Is this realistic time frame?
No, it's not. So what I was gonna
Thank
suggest
you for
is,
the honesty.
that's why again, we're gonna scale the building back. We're gonna look at that. Then that's where the board will have to make the decision on what to do. At that point, we would probably propose scaling back the business park to the 6 lots. And then you go out to bid. You don't have to award, but you go out to bid. You see what the bids come in at. You could actually do an alternate to add the other part of it. So you would have the full set. The board could decide if they wanted to award at that time. So then you have to be on ad for 4 weeks. So now your bid opening sometime in December. So at that point in time, the board could make the decision of, do we go ahead and award, then go out for the building and see, and maybe you just do the infrastructure part of the project. Or, maybe you can make it work, but we look at it, at least if you've gone out to bid, you at least have numbers then. And the EDA is going to want to see numbers on a bid anyway, because those are hard numbers, not an estimate anymore.
Mhm.
And my recommendation is we'd go out for the alternate, as we'd have the 6 lot, and then the alternate would be the whole thing.
Okay, I've got enough information. Sorry to take up so much of the time,
No.
but it's timely, especially if we just found out the numbers. Commissioner Christopher, do you have any last questions?
Nope.
Thank you. So we have you for an update
Okay.
still. So
I will leave, and I apologize to Commissioner Christopher and Commissioner Anderson for not bringing you up to speed, but we really didn't have any solid numbers until just this Thursday. We were actually hoping to bring back what the scaled model would look like before we updated you on everything.
You hear little statements around the county and I just want to know where we sit.
Was it the jail next?
Yeah.
Yes.
HR.
Okay.
Oh, we're way off. Well, I'm sorry about that.
That took up half my.
Yeah, you don't get an update now. You're done.
Oh, goodness, I'm sorry.
Well, that's a tough act to follow.
Right. Richard? Okay, we do have a public hearing at 11:15, so by the time he's done, we'll have to get back to
I
you.
have to push
Are
it.
you done with your update for today?
I think we're pretty much good with the
Okay.
update on it.
We'll let Rob go then.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like a written update, or if you have a written update that you were planning on providing.
Yes.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
I don't know if I like the sound of that. We're gonna let Rob go.
Did you
Who
just
knew?
find out?
Who knew? Yeah. All right, first, the coroner interviews are set for Friday, November 22nd. I have 4 of the 5 committed, and I assume I'm gonna get the 5th. I haven't set the times yet, but
Mr. Hunter? Thank you.
I haven't set the time yet, but I anticipate starting at 8:30, and we'll have 45 minutes in between. So I'll firm that up today once I get the 5th interview. So far, I think there's 1 Zoom
Okay,
and 4 in person, or 3 in person.
that works.
I just received an email this morning from Aramark. They provide the meals in the jail. And they said they're losing $100,000 a year on the contract. And so we're setting up a meeting this week. They claim they've been trying to get a hold of us. The sheriff's office claims that Aramark never returned their emails, and I can state that Aramark's got a hold of me a couple times and not returned my emails. And then when they get around to it, they say that they've been trying to get a hold of us. Bottom line is contract's up the end of the year,
Oh.
and they're not going to renew it the way at that
Okay.
loss. So I'll find out what's going on and then hand it over to the new jail administrator. I've asked IT to create a web page for the Department of Corrections. Because on the date of transition, some things have to be in effect right away. And so typically department would do that on their own. But so IT will set it up. And then on the date of transition, transfer everything over from the sheriff's office to the new Department of Corrections. So that's being worked on. Tuesday, November 26th, I will submit, or it'll be on the agenda for a new org chart for the Department of Corrections, as well as a contract with public safety training for correction officer pre-employment testing. Tuesday, November 3rd, the new jail administrator will start working. And my intent is to present a resolution to the commissioners on December 3rd to formally transfer jail operations from the sheriff's office to the new Klickitat County Department of Corrections. So that's pretty much my report.
That's a good report.
It's a good report.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a date certain now with your pre-approval, and then between now and then we'll start submitting resolutions to get things ready to go.
And the people who usually want the jail report aren't in the audience when you finally have the information in the news. So make sure to give them a call and let them know.
And if these dates work for you, then I'll go over and let the sheriff know, because I've been telling him.
I would appreciate you let the sheriff know in person.
Because I've been telling him as soon as we knew that I'd let him know. So I'll do that.
Right.
Following Jen's budget report. Any questions on the jail?
That's great.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Christopher, any questions?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Heard him back
Thank
there.
you.
Good morning, Jen.
Good morning. We actually still have a few minutes.
You do.
You can get set up and figure out how to share your screen.
Find your mouse.
Yeah, the disappearing cursor.
It was a pretty good Tuesday for turning the system on. I saw you were in here early. Yeah.
There are a couple copies of the packet for the hearing sitting outside on the table. And of course, it's always available online. Because it is a public hearing and was advertised for 11:15, so we need to wait till then.
No problem. And then we'll open it too.
Do you have the sequence?
I do.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and we'll wait till 11:15. So if there's people who want to enter later, they can. Thank you. Mhm. Okay. Okay. What do we say about the swatch proposal? Okay. I'd have to go back and see what was said. Okay, thank you. Did you send it in our email?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe update all three of us on an email about when the time was so we could go back and look at it and see. Okay.
Madam Chair, while you're waiting, I should clarify that the resolution to transfer the jail, if approved as submitted, would transfer the jail operations to the Department of Corrections on December 4th,
Okay.
12:01 a.m. on December 4th. So submitted on the 3rd. If it's approved, then the transfer would occur at midnight that night for the next day.
And he will be here the 3rd.
He'll be
and
here
can
all-
work through that transition with the sheriff.
Yes, I
Okay.
suspect he'll probably be here
Yeah.
before then. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I won't say it. I always have the Looney Tune ones in there. I know, couldn't resist. Boy, this morning went very fast. Mhm. The beehive, isn't it? Well, I learned a new one over the Veterans Day, that the poppies are universal. They're all over. Well, and they have different ones, but they sell them and they wear them on their lapels. And some of them look different than ours, but every country has them. Mhm. Belgium, they call it a poppy celebration even. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. I haven't seen as many people with the poppies this year or in the past few years. Oh, yeah. Usually they're when you go in the grocery stores. So I didn't see them. Mm. Don't stir the pot. think you're labeled.
Then the label comes up.
You hope. Yeah. Oh no, it might get worse. I know, I'm scared. Yeah. I know what that gavel is now.
No longer for both. I gotta be point to point 3 minutes.
Just a few more seconds. Because it's a public hearing, we have to be on time, so the public knows why we're fiddle-faddling a little bit. I can go ahead, I think. So we'll declare the public hearing open, advising the purpose of this hearing is to continue to take public testimony in regard to the proposed Klickitat. Wow, wait a second, I have my wrong proposal here. Let's see what we got. I have the road hearing one. We're working on supplemental budget.
We are.
And so I'll just declare it open after that statement and let staff do the overview.
Okay.
got it.
Good morning. So we have before us the 2024-3, the third supplemental budget request before the board for public hearing testimony. Myself and the board has gone over this on 2 occasions so far in this packet, as well as through the Q3 financials. So the total requests within this budget is $2,070,221. The total request for requiring budget intervention is $1,252,946. Those areas requesting that budget intervention: adult probation, auditors non-departmental, the public works buildings and grounds budget, the sheriff's budget, emergency management budget, and then there's a separated jail request for the transition from the sheriff to the Board of County Commissioners. Then there are 8 requests for $329,676 for budget that are all budget neutral. 1 request for $5,000 that's carryover from the prior year, and then $482,600 are technical adjustments. So that would be double counted in that total $2 million number. And for additional clarification in regards to the sheriff and the jail, the $111,000 request, which is transitionary costs specifically, is separated from the sheriff's request. And that request would go into effect with the transition that will happen now on December 4th with that resolution. So that will be held off being added to the budget until December 4th. Within this, there are 6 pages of analysis outlining the sheriff's year-to-date expenditures, burn rate, year-to-date projections, highlighting factors to consider. I did meet with Bob. We went over all of my recommendations as well as his budget. And I suggested that we add to his supplemental requests in order to continue with to get through the end of the year, as if the jail was going to continue to operate as is under the sheriff, because at that time, until today, we did not know the exact date of when that transition would take place.
Can you explain how that works? So we're going to add all these dollars to the sheriff's budget, as if it's gonna, and then when it gets moved, all those dollars that you've added get moved over as well.
Correct.
We got to use our microphones better.
Oh, sorry, I had it turned off.
Well, even Jen's, she's far enough away I can barely hear.
Oh, thank you. So you're adding the dollars to it, but then when it goes into effect, that last month's worth is going to get shifted over as well.
So the current request that is listed under sheriff is going to include requests for patrol as well as the jail as if it's going to operate through the end of the year under the sheriff. Those will be added with this supplemental right now. Once it's approved and move forward. The 111,000 transitionary costs, that request will be added in December with that transition resolution.
That answer your
Does that
question?
clarify that for you?
Yep, I'm just trying, I'm understanding, and I'm trying to make it very clear for the public because
Okay.
it can gets.
Commissioner Christopher has his hand up.
Mr. Christopher?
I guess I'm curious, looking through the packet. It's talking about a projected year-end expenses based on current burn rate. It includes 2 months of anticipated costs of new jail commander and registered nurse positions. Did I miss something? I'm unaware that the board has approved registered nurse positions. So
That's specifically in the transitionary costs and it was only, I added it in there with the idea that it could be because the board has discussed it a couple times.
We originally, when you were doing this we're looking at it today, but you were doing this weeks and weeks ago, and we didn't know.
Over a
So
month
we
ago.
thought it was going to potentially be 2 months worth of transitionary costs. We're actually going to have right less than 1 month.
Correct.
So we're putting this into the budget, but if we don't spend it, it just stays there.
It's
So what
general
we're
fund
doing is
dollars.
allowing that the new head of the new jail has funds to work with, because as I understand it, there's a lot of things that have been removed that he's going to have to go and buy, and things that nobody would have expected it needed to happen. And so we're putting enough budget authority there so that he can actually operate and get the thing up to speed in that last month, and then everything rolls over in 2025.
Correct. And it is all general fund. The new department is within the general fund as well. So anything that is unspent is just in that general fund.
Right.
Bucket.
And the likelihood that he can spend all $100,000 is probably pretty small if he only has a month to do it.
And my projections with the jail through the year end offered various types of projections, one by burn rate, which didn't take into consideration some factors such as medical invoices that are outstanding and whatnot. And so that was just to give the board assurance that no matter which way you looked at it, you came down to a very similar number.
Can you dig into it a little more? The 613,000, what percentage is for the patrol? What percentage is for administration? And what percentage is for the jail, for the public? And you said one other thing, that in the transition, you said that you put in there dollars for the jail commander, correct?
Yes.
So are we double accounting for that then, if we're actually going to be pulling the dollars from the administration budget over for that position? So we've built a little extra dollars in there as well.
No, that is accounted for. on both ends of it for the sheriff's budget as well as the jail commander.
So is that jail commander position then in the $600,000? Because that was,
It's in the 111. Throughout the analysis, I did identify that and made that switch with the assumption of 2 months, but of course that would be different now.
so then you had 2 months of reductions in the administration budget for that position. Correct?
Yes,
Okay. But really, it's only gonna be one.
it's only going to be one. Of that $613,000 request, 46%, 45.5% is for patrol. The remaining is for jail.
Wasn't there a little bit in there on administration?
No, there's some transfer requests.
Oh, it's a transfer request.
Yeah.
So the transfer request then would be the
I can't hear again.
the transfer request then would be into the chief position because you're removing 2 months worth of budget authority out of that, correct? And you're moving it somewhere else?
The transfer that is on the consent agenda is, I believe, without looking at it because it's not part of the supplemental public hearing, is the sheriff's request to move monies from or budget allotment from the range program to the Marine program to sheriff administration, and I think that is roughly it. There's a couple lines there. I would have to go back and pull that up, but it's not part of this public hearing.
Right, so I'm still trying to understand those. So if the design was for 2 months of the chief criminal deputy or the new position, and we had in there 2 months of in administration and the sheriff's side,
Completely separate from all of this.
that will be completely separate.
It'll
So
be
that
part
will
of that
be
resolution
a part of the resolution.
because
and
there was
it-
no idea of when that transition would take place when this was all built.
Right, but this is the budget authority for it.
Correct.
Okay. So as long as it just doesn't allow the spending of that dollars for the double dipping, then it would work out as part of that.
No, it won't be a part of the budget until the transitionary date.
Okay, that's what I needed to understand. Now it adds up. Thank you.
Okay, we got there. I believe at this time it would be public testimony.
Oh, sorry, Jen. I was busy listening. So we will move and open the floor for public testimony from the audience. We'll stick to our regular 3-minute time session. No debate is allowed, and we'll hold an orderly public hearing. So, and we'll also call for you online. So be sure to unmute or raise your hand so we can see you. Is there anyone in the room that would like to give public testimony? No public in here today. Well, Candy's still here. Yeah, and online, is there anybody that would like to give comment today? Not seeing everybody. Well, you've done a good job at explaining, Jen.
That's the ultimate goal.
Yeah. And I'm not seeing anyone, so I guess we can move on. If my seatmates have any, so we'll close it to public testimony. And do my seatmates have any question, comments, or further clarification from staff? Mr. Christopher, do you have any clarifications you need from staff?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson.
No, I think Jen, you've done an excellent job. I've asked you multiple questions, both in and out, and you always can find the answers in such a quick time frame. And so I thank you for that. And I don't have any other questions. I'm ready.
Any additional staff comments?
No, I do not have any.
Okay, and one more time for public, if there's anybody, you get one more time to make some comments. Otherwise, we will go ahead and close the public hearing for further public testimony. And I would entertain a motion.
Is there further discussion, I guess? Did you ask for further discussion?
Oh, I see this one says further discussion. Okay. If there's any further discussion between the board.
I would just point out that I would again thank Jen for adding in there the transition costs so that the new person can work on it. I firmly believe that they won't spend the whole $100,000. That was just you create budget authority so that people have the ability to work within that budget. And it'll be great for that money to be able to roll over for next year, knowing that it wasn't spent. And I know there's going to be a lot of the same type of cost at the beginning of next year. And so I hope that those who follow me next year understand how this worked in the process. And that's why I wanted to be very clear with how Jen made it so they can go back and review the documents, because there will be a lot of changes, I think, in the first supplemental that people need to understand the back history and how we got here. So with that, Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve the supplemental budget.
Mr. Christopher?
Not me.
Okay, so I will step down in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
You need to ask for.
Oh, all those in favor? Aye, all those opposed.
Didn't get a chance to have discussion either. So at this point, what does it matter?
The chair did ask for further discussion by the board.
After the motion and the second, there's usually discussion.
Would you like to?
Sure. Would you like to have discussion, Mr. Christopher?
Vote's already been cast.
Okay. Great. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Second. No, I think he's good.
Read it.
Okay, where are we at? I think that was it. We can go to lunch.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to recess for the lunch hour.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Klickitat County Commissioner regular meeting, and we're going to start with a public hearing. And for the purpose of taking testimony regarding the Klickitat County 6-year transportation improvement program for the plan years of 2025 through 2030. And we'll start with a staff update from Jeff Hunter.
Okay, it is required by the state for the county to revise and adopt a 6-year transportation improvement plan every year. 6-year plan is a planning document. It is not a financial document. It helps the county identify needs and prioritizations to address those needs. Again, it is a planning document. Nothing isn't set in stone except for the first year when the annual comes up. Not all the projects on the 6-year will be completed within the 6 years. There are many factors why this isn't the case. One, the project costs exceed the annual capital budget. The need for emergency repair projects to the plan, such as the Boulder Drive slide in Wishram a few years ago. Delays obtaining permits or obtaining right-of-way, grant deadlines, or changes in grant programs can also do this. We use the county dollars as local match to leverage grant dollars for road construction funds. This, in 2025, the county revenues available for construction are right about $585,000. Now that's construction. It does not include the design. Of that, 200,000 of it represents landfill revenue. Grant funding helps us support many projects on the 6-year plan in years. We've been able to double, but recently most of our projects are 100% grant funded. So our capital plan has really diminished over the years. How are projects selected on the 6-year? Do Seth and I just sit down and say, we like these people better than these people, so we're going to build the road? No, it doesn't work that way. We look at past collision history and road safety needs. We also look at constructing good road networks with alternative routes for emergencies such as fires, flooding, and winter storms. A lot of our projects get put on the 6-year for that very need. There are alternate routes out of an area due to so, for instance, and I'm going to say it, I'll probably regret it, but I'm going to say it anyway. That's why Courtney Road was built. Wasn't built for anything else. You go up there, it had the landscape has not changed that much around there outside of the road. The road was built for emergency purposes to get people off there, and it was grant funded. That's why we got a lot of grants. Pavement condition, as Seth explained during budget. Maintenance considerations is another reason. Also, if the project could receive granting or specialized granting, such as school zones and safety projects. Is the road part of the school bus route? That's another way. Input and request from citizens. Increased public use of roads, road capacity, development pressure, those type of things. How a road is being used for commerce. Is it a farm to market road? We try to balance the needs between urban and rural projects. The highlight for this year's plan are Sunnyside Road Overlay Project, Bickleton Highway Box Springs Vicinity, Asphalt Rehab and Overlay Project, Bridge Repair Projects, Federal Safety Projects, Centerville Town Roads Overlay, design work on various projects on the 6-year. 2025 construction budget as drafted is $9,218,000. Of that, it is broken down as the following: $505.358 million is federal funds, $3,010,000 is state funds, 200 landfill funds, and 750 road funds. I know I'm going to get a question, and it was our mistake this year. So when we make mistakes, we go ahead and eat them. In past, we've gotten 225, but when we did the budget, we didn't think that we missed it, and we just requested 200. So we'll keep it at that request. But we put out in previous years 225. But again, the other ones are projects. We can kind of go into those a little bit. For the previous years, a lot of those are maintenance projects, such as Adams Loop, the Byerland Bridge, Fairgrounds we're hoping to get a grant. A lot of these are grant-funded projects. Sleepy Hollow is really the only fair one, and we've applied for grants for that. We have some other stuff on there, like Cove Road. that we're looking at doing some work on, and some other projects. But again, and some pavers. We've added some pavers and a bridge project. We need to do pavers, but for the most part, I would say, what would you think, 85% is maintenance projects on this, heavy maintenance. And I think that concludes our thing, unless you got something to add. Okay, that's all we have.
Great, thank you. So we'll open to the public hearing for comment. If you're in the room and would like to comment, please raise your hand. We'll call on you. And also on Zoom, we'll recognize you. If you could raise your hand or unmute so we know you're there. I believe we'll be sticking to, it looks like this 3-minute time frame that we use with our public comment. And I will start, if you can come to the front of the room and give us your name and address, that would help for our record. Is there anyone in the room that'd like to speak? Come forward. Yeah, right to the chair here where the microphone is. Yeah. And make sure it's green.
Chair. Oh, he calls me the squeaky wheel.
Good.
I'm Sharon Dillard, Wishram, Washington. I'm part of the Wishram Community Council now, and I sent you this letter. And this year I did it as a petition and had a lot of other people sign it. I started in 2021 asking for Park Place in Wishram to be paved. In 2022, Public Works came down and straightened the road up and did a nice gravel job on it. But we still would like it to be paved sometime. So if we could somewhere along the line get on your 6-year plan.
Okay.
That's all. That's
Thank
all.
you. Yeah, and thank you for sending that in to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was easy. Thank you.
And when do we ask for park money? What meeting
Is that
for your budget?
right? Not any longer on parks.
I would say probably the best thing to do. The best thing to do is just have the Wishram Community Council come in and talk to us and
We
give us.
sent you have this on file and we all signed it.
Right. Yeah, we did receive your document and it is on file with us.
Yeah.
But in terms of actually just talking about parks, the only time we usually do that is during
Do
the,
you have a specific meeting where, I mean, like this was just for the 6-year.
this is for the 6-year road plan.
The other meetings are just.
You can always come in and give public comment or ask to sit down with your commissioner and have a conversation about what you'd like to do at the community. But in terms of like funding for parks, usually, you know, we have our regular budget process and budget hearings. And you can, you know, put your 2 cents in for that. And we're still working through those budget processes.
Because we had the 25,000 for it, but then the playground fell apart, so you took the train park money and put it on the playground. So the train park still needs a lot of work.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll reach out to you, Sharon. I'll send you an email. Okay, online. Is there anybody who would like to give a comment on the 6-year road plan? You raise your hand or unmute. Not seeing anyone. Anyone else in the audience today? Okay, it's going to be a quiet day. Does anyone have questions of staff? I guess not.
You have on here, on the second page, you have Graves Road in 27, 28, 29, and 30. Could you explain why you have the same road so many times?
Sure. One part is, a couple parts are design. And then we actually start phase 1 of the construction. I'll let Seth explain if that's okay, Seth.
Sure.
Go ahead.
We've got design in multiple years because we know there's going to be some right-of-way phases through there. And it's going to take a little bit to develop. the project. So we put a little bit of money in each year's, and then we're going to phase it for construction because we're going to have, I believe, our crews do it. So we're not going to be able to build the whole thing in 1 year. So we'll phase the construction as well.
And if we had people on Graves Road come in and request the change to Graves Road, because I mean, that's, what is it, only serves, what, 6 lots, 4 lots?
The asphalt's coming apart on the road. And the problem is once we touch it, we have to be, we make everybody else widen the road to 20 feet. It's hard for us not to do that. We really couldn't. I couldn't tell a developer, look, you got to widen this road for 20 feet for an extra lot on a short plat. How could we not do that?
But if there's no short plat or anything. going,
No,
'cause
but
it's all been
we're
developed.
widening the road, seeing that the road has been damaged and we need to. So when we do that, we expand it out. Because let's say somebody came in after that and short platted, now it's got brand new asphalt. It's gonna cost them even more to do what they need to do.
I guess I look at that down there with that little creek running down alongside of it and trying to get your 20 feet along it. And I brought this up previously because I was like, is this something that makes sense for us to be putting county dollars to and a lot of work? Or is this something that might or should go back to just being a gravel road in the future? There's other roads that you actually can have development on that you could spend those kind of dollars on, like around, Irie Road and others that that might actually have growth occur past it. To me, that's more of a driveway than it is a county road.
Why, we don't disagree. We looked at it for different options. And again, luckily it's out there further, but we've been pretty well driven by don't build roads for development purposes. I'm not saying you specifically, but we've heard that from other boards and some from this board. So we looked at roads for maintenance issues, and that is a maintenance to save the surface. Now that may change because you're right. That's like I went through the whole idea of what we build roads for. Some of them are because the asphalt's deteriorating. We don't want it because you're not very popular when you turn gravel or paved roads back into gravel. Very unpopular. So that's why we put it on. Now, will it stay on there? I don't know. It might not. Future board may say, no, Irie, because we did look at the difference, Irie Road versus Graves Road.
Right.
And the asphalt's much worse on Graves Road than it is on Irie Road. It's just the fact that, there's going to be more traffic on Irie Road. There's no question. It has more developable potential.
Right.
You're right. Graves Road has really, nobody could say we're doing that to help somebody develop. Because it's pretty much developed out.
Yeah, it's been platted all the way out.
Exactly. We just looked at that as a direction. But again, the board has the final say. We just look at them for reasons. We can always change roads around. We can add different roads. We've heard from people on different roads. Sharon, I know, I've talked to her many times. And, I know Park Place makes it for us is not a bad idea because we reduce maintenance. That's just another road that could take place. Irie's another one we considered. Again, when we get that far out, we look at what kind of fits in and.
Right.
But could we change it? Sure. It's always open for, those are the three things.
That's why I was asking if we'd heard from people and was there a big clamoring for them to have that road?
No, we have not heard from them at all.
Okay.
And we haven't really heard from anybody from Irie.
And I was just looking at the prices, like going down through there with that creek. I think your numbers are not even close to starting to be accurate in 2020-30.
Well, we are, because what we're doing is we're looking at building it with our people to use the dollars that we have. Because we wanted to make the list realistic. So there's no grant funding available for.
Right.
So remember, we don't have very much money, so we'd have to break it into multiple. This will not get the whole road built.
Okay.
No. This is just the first phase to get built.
Okay.
And will that be, that may be a quarter mile by that time, maybe a tenth of a mile, I don't know.
1,500.
But what
Yeah.
we're looking at is millions of dollars to access 4 or 6 lots that are already accessed. Is there a way that we can rehab or do work to keep what's there living longer, get another 30 years out of that asphalt, that then we don't have to widen the road and everything else to it?
There may be something that we can look at out then. Yeah, this is just to put it on there with some dollars associated at it. But no, we would look at that, and we would look at the potential of, again, that is a board decision because of how we treat everybody else. Granted, we're not adding lots, but we're still touching it. And
Another option would be is now that we've changed our Title 12 road standards, could we just put in a couple bump outs? Now that you can have pull outs, that would make a lot more sense than rebuilding that road for $1 million+.
that's another option, which could be discussed with the board, because Title 12 doesn't allow for that on public roads, only on private roads. But could it be allowed for that? That's a potential. You'd have to set parameters for all that, but yeah, that's a discussion topic to have. See, this is good. We brought it on here. We had discussion.
I mean, personally, something that leads so short never should have been a public road, but I know it was a public road 100 years ago, and that's why it is. But in today, we would never build a public road like that. And so the thought of rebuilding that road is like a huge gift to these people when everybody else has to do it themselves. If anything, I would say give the road to the people who live down there.
And that might be another potential that brings up. Again, these are all discussions, so that's why we put it on here.
And then the numbers on the Fish Passage project in Spring Creek, have you been indexing these for the increases in the price of construction over the last few years? Because what I see is it hasn't changed price, but what we're seeing is construction prices have doubled. And so does this project even make financial sense if you add in the cost of increases?
Well,
'Cause
we're
this
never.
Doesn't have construction on it.
It
This is only
does.
right away.
Do we have construction?
Yeah, it's.
I thought we had it way out.
4 million or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
3.5 million.
That's a placeholder
Right.
for a federal grant. We never anticipated we would ever get the money to do that. What we're looking at is federal grant dollars. And the key to that, to help that road project is, and we're kind of still working a little bit with the tribe. If they were able to purchase that property or negotiate a lease downstream and take out that dam, that makes us a very, very viable project.
A more viable project.
Lot more viable. It goes way up high in the ratings as far as Fish Passage. But until they do something with the dam, in a perfect world, we would do a joint project with the tribe.
Okay, next question on, as you get out past 26 and 27, 28, 29, it doesn't say if it just says construction projects. It doesn't
Yes.
say if you're doing design. Is there a way to incorporate if it's planned for design for that year, put a D next to it or something?
We actually have that, sorry, that's out here in this line right here. It'll say construction, design, right away. B.
Oh, okay.
But we don't break it out. You're right. It's only the first year because out there, it just gets out there. And some of the projects have been on for a lot of years. Some of them have come off.
Do you guys have internally how long that some of these projects have been sitting on the list so that we can see what's moving and what's not?
Yeah, we do track that. We can look at them. A lot of the projects that have been on quite a while have been actually pulled off. Just because we don't have the funding, and
Right.
we don't want to put a bunch of projects out there that we don't have funding for. So some of the stuff, the maintenance stuff has been added. Sleepy Hollow used to be on years ago. We took it off mainly because there was a big push against it. And that's how it ended up getting its changed, because now it's a collector status. And we've heard from now, people change.
Mhm.
Now the locals want that project.
Right.
And they've come in to the board and discussed that. So we've actually put it back on because it's grant eligible. And I think we
got a good chance of it.
yeah.
We didn't close it to public comment. So 1215. Someone that is unmuted, 1215. Did you wish to give?
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, Larry. This is Dennis White.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, I have a couple questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, thanks. Has Public Works made an assessment of road improvement to the extent which under canvas will be required to do to bring Oak Ridge Road up to fire access road standards, consistent with the hearings examiner, CEPA, and CUP decisions?
Mr. Hunter?
We're working with him. This is 6-year, not development conversation. Sorry. I mean, that unless the board requires it, but that's my.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the answer.
This is the 6-year road hearing, and it's for comments on the 6-year road plan, not for individual projects that are
Okay.
currently going through.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
That's fine. Thanks.
it's not on the list, Dennis, but that's something we can talk about later.
Well, maybe I can just, yeah, no, that's fine. Maybe I can just put my questions in writing to Public Works. How would that work?
That's perfect.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Bye.
he was going to get to my next question. I noticed that Oak Ridge Road is not on the 6-year road plan. And was it a couple of years ago on it and then it got pulled off?
It got pulled off last year.
Got pulled off last year.
It has been on it for years and years and years. It had with no dollars. We don't have the funding for it. To actually, so we would have it on there with no dollars again. I know we had a request from somebody to put it on. We also had a request from that same person 2 years prior to take it off. So, I mean, again, if the board would like to see it on, we could put it on.
And Oak Ridge is not eligible for federal or dollars, correct?
No, unless we change the classification.
And it's
the local access road.
and so it would need to be a collector.
Yes.
So because of that, it's not eligible for school, safety, or commerce.
It could be considered school.
Okay.
Safety, it cannot be considered. We have no accident data.
Okay.
And so we can't consider it for safety. It'd have to have collision history. It has no collision history.
It has no collision history?
Not the section that is the only collision history, I believe. We have one collision further up on the paved section, correct, Seth?
So I'd have to go back and look again.
And then there's some collision history at the intersection with 141, but that is not our intersection.
Right.
That's the state's intersection. So no, we have no collision history there at all. None.
Okay.
And the change in the road for commerce, would it be eligible?
Typically for commerce change, it usually needs to go from residential to commercial.
Mhm.
So that's what we used to get the grant for Sundale. Because Sundale's with all the vineyards there, it used to be, it used to be just grazing land.
Mhm.
And a lot of that was turned to vineyards and wine. So that increased the commercial traffic. So, I mean, it could be, there's an opportunity, you might be able to sell it. You'd have to change classifications and everything else. To sell it if you wanted to in the future.
Okay.
But again, we'll analyze it. We do counts every other year. So we look at accident data constantly. So we do evaluate the roads all the time. So especially if there's a development that comes on, then we watch it to see how much the traffic has increased, what the speeds are, that kind of thing. So we don't just, even smaller developments, we look at the roads after those too.
Okay.
We also analyze the roads after we construct them to see if patterns have changed.
That answers my question. Mr. Christopher, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I have concerns on things that are dated past 2025, but as we're only directing funding to the road improvements of 2025, I will leave everything further for the future board that sits there to determine.
Okay.
I would love to hear what you have to say, because this is the 6-year road plan. This is not the 1-year plan. This is the 6-year when we get to set the policy of where you guys will be looking for dollars for those out years. So I actually would really like to hear what you have to say, Commissioner Christopher.
I'm not going to comment.
So that being said, can we put Oak Ridge back on there as a placeholder later in, because I believe there will be changes because of the changes in the use.
We can actually look at, depending on what year, I mean, we can look at, let's say, full build out for the under canvas is 26 or so. I mean, we could probably set aside some design money from one of our other ones. What do you think, Seth? Maybe even Graves Creek, and we could throw it on there for like $10,000 as PE, as preliminary engineering, and it can be done, an evaluation can be done. If
Okay.
you would like to see that, we can
Yeah,
do that.
I would, because
Okay.
I can't believe that there won't be changes.
Okay, we will do that.
I guess before that, should make sure that that's a consent.
Turn your mic on.
Well, yeah, I would do, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Right, I got a little ahead of myself.
Commissioner Christopher, how do you feel about that?
That would change my vote on the 6-year road plan, because I haven't heard from the public that they want Oak Ridge Road on. I've heard from them that they wanted it off because they believe the county is going to be paying to improve Oak Ridge Road. So I believe that is the reason why it came off. So until I hear residents of Oak Ridge Road asking for it to be put on, I'm not interested.
We don't need a decision right now.
Okay.
We have an afternoon here. We have an evening hearing, and then you have until whatever the board decides to extend, or whatever the board decides to do tonight on what they want to do.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I just wanted to give you an opportunity. We have reduced the landfill dollars from $1 million down to $225,000. I'm looking in the out years and what I see as the projections of the county dollars available, and I'm very concerned that 225 or 200 won't be available in those out years. Can you talk a little bit about what would happen if those funds went away and what projects in the out years? I know we had discussions about this year and Centerville, but in those out years, what does that look like for people?
Well, what that would look like for people is like Schrantz Road Bridge, for instance, which needs to be, okay, well, let's go. Let's see, if we started in 2026, what that means is Adams Loop drainage would go away. Now, why is that important? Because everything's been developed out there, so all the drainages have got houses sitting in them. How that happened, I don't know. That's here and now. Yeah, so we basically have one drainage left out there. That whole plan is to reroute our drainage and secure an easement across that so people don't build in it. If you go out there, you'll literally see culverts, and some of them have been closed off, pointed at houses or garages. Are cross culverts. So that's why that project is on. So that project would get pushed out. I'm not saying we'd get rid of it, it would get pushed out.
Okay.
So then Keezy would get pushed. So essentially, you would lose it every year, you'd lose a project. And that project, some of them would get pushed out, but eventually some of these projects would drop off.
And these aren't really rebuild projects either. These
No.
are heavy maintenance projects is what we targeted with these funds. So like Keezy Avenue, it was one of those pictures I had during our budget update that the pavement's just falling apart. Well, we have no other source to do a heavy overlay on that project, and it's beyond our crew's abilities to do some of these projects.
So correct me if I'm right. So 2027, we figured that was the last, probably close to the last opportunity. And then we'd be in more to reconstruction, correct?
Yep. It fails so far, we'd be looking at a reconstruction.
Or gravel.
Yep.
Madam Chair, we're past the time for our next hearing.
You always have tonight, sir.
No, we started late. Oh, I guess one of my questions is we have Lower Spring Creek on for 150,000 in road funds in 2027. So is that something that you'd push off Lower Spring Creek so that you could do Keezy?
Yes, we would probably end up losing Lower Spring Creek totally.
Yeah.
What does that do? One, you don't get the creek out of the wetland, or the road out of the wetland, which is where it's at today. Two, there's a lot of different things you could get with that by pulling it out. One, you just make it better. You also get wetland credits or wetland banking by doing that. Also moves the road out of a flood zone. And you also get the situation as if the tribe was to remove the dam, now that becomes a top priority. And we've lost our opportunity to secure land. Now we're in there condemning the land at a lot higher price if that was to develop. Because we're actually relocate the road. That's the only way to get it out of the wet.
Yeah.
And that land was owned by SDS. I don't remember which conglomerate owns it.
One of the families.
Yeah. I'm sure you're very familiar with the area, sir.
A little bit.
Okay.
We could continue more
Yes,
tonight too.
we will. So I'll consider that discussion by the board, and we'll close the public hearing to be continued, or we won't close it. We'll continue it to 6 p.m. tonight, November 12th, here in our services building.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. So now I have a list of questions tonight. Did you know where the battery storage one is? Scott, are you ready? Just Scott usually have them.
I didn't see on the agenda which item is going first.
It looks like adopted moratorium interim zoning controls related to the BESS systems.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I was looking at, I was thinking Jeff was the continuance. So it's continuance of the public hearing for resolution 09024, moratorium and interim zoning controls based off of bulk batteries.
Sure.
Thank you, Scott.
Ready for us?
Yes, please go
Good
ahead.
afternoon. I'm Scott Edelman, a planning director, and this is Evan Evangelopoulos, a senior long-range planner. What I just passed out, and Commissioner Christopher, since you're online, was RCW 36.70.795, which is the state law regarding moratoriums. So 2 weeks ago, you held a public hearing on the moratorium on, I'll just call them BESS, battery energy storage systems. Received public testimony. At the end of it, there was a vote to continue the moratorium and to instructed staff to draft findings to support not just continued moratorium, but an extended moratorium for 12 months. And they would also included the work plan that which is what allows the moratorium to extend for 12 months.
Scott, if I may,
Yes.
what she just mentioned was resolution 09024 is the bulk storage of lithium.
Did I get the wrong one? Sorry, I heard.
And I
heard
told
wrong.
you the wrong one first, Scott. It was above it.
We'll go back. Thank you for the correction.
Sorry, it's gonna get
I need
really
to-
weird here
Yeah.
quick.
I need to listen with my brain too. So this one is on the temporary moratorium on zoning controls for bulk storage of lithium batteries. At the public hearing, which the written and verbal record have now been closed. You received testimony and you asked the planning staff to come back with two things. The first I was asked was additional research in regard to the dangers of the bulk storage of batteries, including, because we have numbers in there that were really just placeholder numbers in the initial findings and moratorium. But we were also asked to look into current processes. And that seemed to be the one to take place first, because if current processes cover us, then we don't need to do the extra research, which will be time consuming. So what I came back to you in the staff report with was a summary of how each department would deal with bulk storage of batteries on a case-by-case basis. So planning, as I indicate, there's currently no standards in the zoning ordinance specifically related to battery storage. What we do have is storage units, storage businesses, and warehousing. And those are allowed outright in the industrial park and the general industrial zone. So those are the only zones that planning would allow that if it came to us. We would not be looking into what was in them. We'd be looking at them as storage buildings. As a conditional use, these could also be in general commercial. Anywhere else where there's a mass storage building, unless it's just a residential storage, a barn, a shed, wouldn't be allowed as far as business operations go. If a violation was reported to Planning Commission, we'd work with code enforcement to address that issue of them using a commercial storage building that's not allowed. If it was residential, it would have to be a little bit trickier because they'd be storing the batteries and we'd have to demonstrate that their use not allowed, which would be operating a business out of a storage building on their site if they're, for whatever purpose, they're collecting these batteries. So it would be difficult on the planning side to enforce. You'd have to make the case that what you're doing is a business use. It's not a residential use. It's not typical to store 500 batteries in a shed. It typically used to be stored enough batteries that you need for operating your equipment. Building department, and Lynn is here to support this and answer questions if you have any. Whenever they get a building permit that has to do with storage, they do request information on what's in that building, review it for the type materials, classify the type materials, including hazardous materials, look for things like rack systems, anything that they would need to get special permits. And those are based on what the applicant says, other than, if they happen to do an inspection and they see materials that wouldn't be approved, that's when they might be able to flag something. But generally they'll inspect the building to occupancy prior to any materials actually being in the building. So they would be on an enforcement basis as well if it was reported that something was being stored there that wasn't approved in the building permit. And of course, they'd work with code enforcement at that time. Environmental health, there are no local rules, regulations to prohibit the storage of hazardous materials. That goes to the state, to the Department of Ecology through their electronic reporting system. We get these regularly. They come to planning, they come to environmental health. I'm not certain if they go to building or not, but I think generally us or environmental health are the ones who get those and then would follow up with the state, help them do the research to see if there actually is a violation of state laws for dealing with batteries. And then code enforcement, they wouldn't be ones to go straight out and do enforcement as we are complaint driven, but they'd be the tool that the departments would be able to use to deal with code enforcement under the current system. Our recommendation after reviewing all these, I don't know that there is planning code that could be written that would help us, since so much of this is complaint driven. If it was, it would be something about, we have a moratorium which would be prohibiting these uses, but that is already covered on a commercial basis through someone operating a business out of their home that's not allowed, or on commercial industrial sites of utilizing a building for something that it wasn't approved for. So that's our recommendation, that we don't know that I think a moratorium needs to continue or that code needs to be written. If you disagree, the next step would be to do the research necessary to determine thresholds and what actually would constitute dangerous level batteries, and potentially in order to make findings to support the continued moratorium.
Okay.
Well, I would say I still have concerns, but I'm not one to beat a dead horse. So with that, it would be my since I feel like I'm alone on this one, it would be my motion to pull the moratorium on this matter and end it.
Anderson,
I would second the motion.
motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and thanks, Scott.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
So motion passed. Okay, so unfinished business, findings of fact supporting conclusion on the best battery storage systems.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So 2 weeks ago, this board made the motion and approval to continue the moratorium on best facilities and to allow an additional 6 months, so 12-month total, for the county to adopt standards addressing the issues raised, and also instructed staff to draft findings. So the findings that were both the findings of fact and then the findings supporting the moratorium that were included in your staff report were based on process and on the staff report that Evan delivered 2 weeks ago, both the written and the verbal presentation. We tried to summarize those into a concise number of findings, 3 instead of listing out 12 or 13. Try to group them into categories for simplicity and clarity. We're available if you have any questions about these. If you want to adjust the findings, this could be considered a draft, and we could certainly come back another time if there's different findings you want to make.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I still have significant issues with the 10 megawatt of batteries that you can put with regards to a single project, which is, from my understanding, potentially up to 3 40-foot containers of batteries full that would be next to buildings and everything else that's part of this. That's the allowable uses that was, carved out of this thing, but yet you couldn't build 10 megawatts of battery storage far away from buildings. And so I don't see the findings that justify the rationale for A, carving it out, and B, picking the size to carve it out.
I appreciate that. The size, as I think you mentioned, was from the hospital project, which is in the city limits of Goldendale. So there's really nothing comparable. I think so the moratorium specifically limits it to, it couldn't be up to 10 megawatts of battery storage, like for it's on its own site, or even for a small solar facility. It's specifically listed in there to support a specific on-site use. So it'd be something like the hospital supporting that specific use. I think we're using that as what's a reasonable amount that some business would use. So it's being used primarily as an example.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that was 7 megawatts, if I remember right.
Oh, I don't know why I thought it was 10.
10 is what we put in the ordinance.
Oh, the hospital.
The resolution, the hospital, I think was
around 7.
Thing.
Okay, so I guess my issue is how can we have a moratorium that allows for 10 megawatts of battery storage use for a single on-site value, but yet then not allow it to be used 2 or 3 parcels over for a different use to be put on the grid or for another reason? Because again, I'm looking at it from that equality value, right?
Mhm.
And how do you set the standard that you can do it on site next to, buildings and everything else, which will have to go through the process that we have enshrined to ensure that it's safe and compatible and everything else. But then you're putting a blanket moratorium against the exact same thing that's not going to be used for an on-site or an off-site use. And so I'm just trying to understand the findings of fact in order to make that rationale and that decision. And I don't see anything in any findings of fact.
Okay. And that's a legitimate point. So if you wanted to consider a finding of fact as to why we would allow that, we maybe could add something. I don't necessarily know how we craft it. I think I'd have to say something about not wanting to limit businesses that need the backup storage for their own operations. And I think that was the commission's concern, would be that you would limit a business trying to do their own battery backup storage as for their own purposes rather than putting it on the grid. So we need to put some, if you wanted to add a finding like that, we could.
I've been pretty clear that I voted no on it, and I'm just trying to ensure that we don't create a situation in which we're creating legal jeopardy for the county because someone could see this as an easy legal win.
Okay.
And for me, that's how do you segregate one side from the other?
If I may.
Of course.
Yes. The mention of the hospital battery. So there's two types of solar installations. One is the grid scale solar installation, and these are the types of batteries that the moratorium is trying to address, I think. And then there is the distribution-based solar facilities, which means that's for individual businesses. These are two different categories. Although I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not familiar with how big of a size within a business the battery could get. But again, this moratorium is specifically for grid size, utility scale battery systems. And these are the ones that have been, and all the examples that we mentioned last time were for grid scale, utility scale battery accidents. So yes, you're right. Distributions at the distribution scale with businesses, for example, or hospitals, accidents might occur as well. But that was not the intention of the moratorium, as far as I understood, to address the distribution type batteries in solar facilities. But that could be investigated also, if I'm understanding you well.
Thank you, Evan. And I think that helps to create my point is that these things are all containerized, right? And they're containerized in either 20 or 40-foot containers on average. And so what we're saying is that it's okay to have 3 containers in an industrial area or wherever a business is located next to that for that, like right wherever that is. That's allowable. But yet we can't have the same containers that are far away from the community and everything else, you know, in a very rural area. You can't have that. And remember, we here right now are thinking of industrial scale as 2,000 acres, 1,000 acres, and 200 megawatts. But what you actually see is on the west side and all these other areas, you have 40 or 30 or 20 acre, solar projects with battery with that backing that up, because then it creates that peaking power, which is only 6 or 7 megawatt hours, right? Because it's only 40 megawatts or 40 acres of solar. And so what I'm trying to do is say, okay, how are we trying to protect? Because remember, it's all about containerized units where you're going to have one container go off, but it's not going to jump to the next, to the next, to the next, because that's not how, they design them these days. And so I'm just trying to still understand what we're trying to protect and how we're doing it.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
in the aspect of time and not wasting everybody's time by continuing to beat a dead horse, I would like to make a motion to accept the findings of fact and move on.
Okay, we have a motion. I'll second the motion for discussion. So,
Mr. Anderson, I want him to be able to get his questions, but
no, I
in
would
all
like,
of these, it just seems like it's 45 minutes of tearing it apart, and
Right.
I'm just not interested anymore.
I would like to allow Evan to finish his thought if we could. For my point of discussion, I'd like you to finish.
Sure. Again, there's 2 types of solar facilities. Actually, there's a third one. I don't remember right now, but one is the distribution level and businesses, where they actually contribute to the grid as well, depending on the amount of electricity they generate, they use it, and they contribute at the same time. Then there's the utility scale solar facilities, which is the large facilities you see around it on the landscape. And those have battery systems. So those battery systems sometimes have been installed close to residential also, and out there in the middle of nowhere. Now, whether close to residential or in the middle of nowhere, they're still, I'm specifically talking about utility scale. They're still susceptible to accidents, to fires. And based on the history of fires in these systems, because they are relatively new. So there's not much knowledge on how to address them and how to cope with these fires. And I'm saying, but knowledge has been developing over the past few years. And the first big fire I'm not sure if it was the first, but the first big fire that contributed to starting getting to know on how to deal with these large scale battery systems was in Surprise, Arizona in 2019. It was in the presentation of the staff report. And that fire, the firefighters basically didn't know what to do with it. Not only that, but it was missing specific sensors inside to alert people that something is happening. And that specific sensor is the off-gassing sensors, because the battery, when it begins to malfunction because of whatever reason, it starts emitting some gases, fumes. So those gases, you got to have the right sensors in there to detect those gases and shut off the system, alert people that something's going on. If that sensor is not there, then that battery will continue to off gas, and it may last for days. At some point, it's going to catch fire, explode, and transmit the fire to other batteries, to adjacent batteries. So there's some standards also in the zoning code that we could have, hence the solar zoning ordinance, that they're not very many. One of the basic ones is the distance between the containers, so the fire can be limited only to one container if that happens. The most important thing that's not being addressed, actually, we do have a solar energy overlay, right? Not solar energy, an energy overlay that does not require a CUP if within the energy overlay zone. But it's from 2004, and the batteries are just being developed between the past 10 years or so. So after the Arizona fire, knowledge started accumulating. There was a huge investigation. It's actually online. The firefighters have the actual firefighter who got injured in the fire has a 1-hour presentation on what they did, how they investigated, and what they did to address future incidents and how prepared they could be. There's monitoring systems with sensors, which we think are extremely important to really be able to predict what's going to happen. And also there's monitor systems with sensors and other measures that you could take, including the decommissioning plan, which we should be aware of. Plus, there's agreements between the county and the developing company that we need to have in place. So these are all these are issues that are not included in the energy overlay zone, and they're not part of a CUP within the energy overlay, which means that when staff gets the application, that's permitted by right. And we don't have any stipulations to add in there. And even if it's with a CUP outside the energy overlay zone, there's no standard stipulations to address these issues, both with solar facilities or with batteries. So what we're doing over here, both the exploration report, I can say about the batteries, and the solar ordinance, it will help us develop a set of strategies in a way to address, to better locate these systems in the county and better address possibilities for accidents. Nothing is 100% proof. The only thing that we can do is use all acquired knowledge so far and try to make sure we set the conditions that will minimize the possibility for an accident So that's and that's why the moratorium is significant in a way, because it will help the county prepare for to better address both batteries and solar.
Thank you, Evan.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Oh, Scott, go
I
ahead.
was wondering if I could ask Evan a question. In all your research, your examples that you've talked about or that you showed at the presentation, they were all energy facilities. None of them were battery backups for a specific business, like an on-site use.
None of them was a backup for a specific business. Yes, that's correct.
And have you come across anything that might describe?
Oh, I'm sure I could
describe
find.
why?
I'm sure if I.
Oh,
if
no,
I
I
did the
don't know if
research,
you
I
come
could find
across something about why there have been no fires reported on this
No.
individual.
I cannot say this, I'm sure that there were accidents in individual, but I cannot respond to that because again, the focus has been utility scale battery systems.
Thanks.
So I guess that brings up two things. We've come a long way since 2019, and there are standards
Yes.
at the federal level, both of the IFC and the NEC, that we can institute if somebody came forward, whether it was within or even outside the energy overlay zone. Correct?
That's correct.
So we do have standards in place. That
Madam Chair, one last time, I'm going to call the question before I log off.
Okay, thank you. So
whatever.
motion and a second
Technically,
and
when the question
discussion.
is called, you have to take a vote on calling the question.
Okay.
But go ahead. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, I'm lost on that one. So, okay, we don't do this one very often. Taking a vote, all those in favor of calling the question? What do you do?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of calling the question? Aye. Mr. Anderson? All those opposed?
Aye.
Calling the question passes. Now do I go back to
The main motion.
the motion made by Mr. Krista, the first motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you. So we will extend your moratorium. Thank you. And thank you for the explanation, Evan.
You're welcome.
That was helpful for me.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. So,
I have a meeting in 2 minutes. Is there anything further you need me for?
just new business or miscellaneous report? I think if you don't have anything.
I don't have anything.
There was an email that Elisa sent with regards to the opioid abatement funds. Did everybody have a chance to review that email? Because part of that was about making sure that Commissioner Christopher was here for that discussion on the proposal from that
That's right.
organization.
Right.
And I don't know if we want to push
Yeah.
that off because Commissioner Christopher needs to go, or if he's had a chance to review it.
My policy on that has always been the same. It hasn't changed. It is if somebody wants those funds, I would like them to come before the board and make a presentation on exactly what they're going to use the funding for, to make sure that we're not doubling down on something we're already doing. And I would like a presentation before the board. If you guys want to just approve what they're throwing in the handout, that's fine.
Let me clarify a little bit for you. Last week, we did receive a presentation brought forward, I believe, by Director Quinn for Swatch, which is an organization that can manage the funds for us.
I'm aware of, but I'm unaware that Swatch has showed up to be able to answer commissioners' questions.
They did. They were
Okay.
here. Uh-huh.
Well,
Yeah, they gave a good presentation.
Vote for it. It's fine. Whatever. Doesn't
Okay.
matter.
So all those in favor of,
Whoa,
need a motion.
There wasn't a
Need
motion. It sounds like Commissioner Christopher, you still have some questions that you want to make sure that everything comes in front of the Board of County Commissioners. It sounds like, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're trying to, you're not against Swatch managing the dollars, but you want to make sure that anything comes in front of the BOCC for the use of those dollars.
I want the county board of commissioners to decide what that funding is used for. So it's not funding donuts and iced tea at their meetings and or just another paid staff member to shuffle documents or to get grants or anything else. I want to make sure we're not trying to produce a program that WAGAP is doing and now we're double dipping. But you know, I'm not the one that's going to be here in a month, so.
And I believe the question was asked of the Swatch members, what is their percentage of that funding for managing that money for us? And I believe it was a standard 10% for administrative fees, which I believe is probably.
If you
great.
guys are happy with it, just vote on it and move along.
Based on what Commissioner Christopher said, I think it would probably be best if we invite Swatch in when all three board members are present for an overview and discussion on this.
Because I'm one of those that before I approve money going to a group, I want to know exactly what percentage of it is going to be used on what. Not a blanket, they have 10 items there, but the bottom items may never get any money. You know, kind of a thing. And that's what I read in the packet. So you don't need my vote, obviously. So if you're good, vote. If you're not, then hold it over.
Well, I felt confident in their presentation and what they were going to be doing. They weren't utilizing the funds. They were just going to be managing the grant funds for us, so we didn't burden our staff with that. And they were qualified. They answered the question of how much their charge was to do that for us. I would hate to have them come back and do that again, but if Mr. Anderson thinks we all three need to be in the room and have them come back and do that same presentation, what's your thoughts, Mr. Christopher?
I already mentioned what it takes to get my vote. I need to know exactly what they're spending the money on. Is it drug treatment? Is it rehabilitation? Is it what and at what percentage?
This is just like an accounting business that manages the grants for us. They're not going to be spending any of the grant funding. They just manage the paperwork and the bank accounts, basically. They're the grant managers.
I think, let me just write. Swatch intends to support Klickitat County in its funds management process by providing the following activities: working with the Board of County Commissioners, convening and facilitating the Opioid Abatement Council, the OAC, supporting the OAC and performing in accordance with the MOU, managing the funds disbursement to the selected applicants, and developing and maintaining a public webpage. That is what they want to do for 10% of the opioid funds. Did we lose Commissioner Christopher?
No.
Commissioner Christopher?
I'm here.
You're sounds like you're really far away. Can't hardly like
I'm about a foot away from the computer, so
Here you are.
We can hear you
computers
now.
need better mics. Then pass it. I don't know. I'm here for another month. I'm not interested in big, long debates.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Commissioner Christopher. We will take it from here. I know you have a meeting and enjoy.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to continue or do you have a motion?
I do still have the question in mind is who will make the final decision on where the funding go. Commissioner Christopher was very clear that he was only in support of the BOCC making that decision. Versus some of these others where it would be the Opioid Abatement Council, the OAC would make that final determination of where those dollars go. I believe that's how some of the other ones work. I don't know exactly how Swatches would like to see it go. And so I think it would be a good idea to have one more conversation with them.
Would you like to reach out to them yourself and get that answer for next week or the week after next, I guess, is where we're going to be.
Well, I think they should probably just zoom in and let us know like what that opioid
Okay.
abatement council looks like, how they plan to staff that for
There
the
might be more
10%.
questions, so not next week, but the week after, see if they can. Thank you. Okay. Whew. Any new business miscellaneous reports for you, Mr. Anderson? Guess we're going to continue
No.
anyhow.
Fine. Madam Chair, I would make a motion to recess the regular meeting, noting that the Board of County Commissioners meeting will be extended till this evening for a public hearing on the 6-year road plan. I will also note that there will not be a BOCC meeting November 19th, 2024, due to the board being at the conference, and that the commissioners will be participating in a radio interview at 8:05 a.m. on Thursday, November 21st, 2024. That is my motion.
So I will step down in second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes and we will, well, do we have to have a motion to,
We made a motion to
Continue.
recess.
to recess? Okay.
Yes.
That's what it was. Okay.
Technically, you're not required to have a motion to recess, but it's what Klickitat County's always done for as long as.
And we had a bunch of other stuff in there. So that works for me. So we will see you all tonight at 6 o'clock.
Thank
Good evening. We're going to reopen the public hearing for the 6-year road program. And we do have Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Christopher online. So we'll get an overview from staff.
Okay, the 6-year is required by the state that the county revise and adopt a 6-year transportation program each year. The 6-year plan is a planning document. It is not a financial document that helps the county identify needs and prioritize projects that address those needs. Not all the projects on the 6-year will be completed within the 6-year period. There are many factors that affect this. The project cost exceeds the annual capital budget. The need to add an emergency repair project to the plan, such as the Boulder Drive project years ago, can change the plan. Delays in obtaining permits or obtaining right-of-way, grant deadlines or grant changes, or changes in grant programs. Again, just because the project is on does not necessarily mean it'll be built. Like if it's on for 27 to be constructed in 27, that may not happen. And the other thing that this could affect that I didn't list is a major winter event that we end up having to move capital dollars over to maintenance to adjust for that. We use county dollars as local match to leverage grant dollars and fund road construction projects. In 2025, the county revenues available for construction are about $585,000. Of that, $200,000 represent landfill revenues. Grant funding helps us support many of the projects on the 6-year plan. In the past years, we've been able to double the county road fund expenditure with grant dollars. Actually, in the last few years, we've covered most of the projects with grant funded dollars. There's been a lot of grant funds out there. We've been pretty good. I think this is our 3rd or 4th year with pavers. Those are all 100% paid for by the feds. And we've had some good luck with state too. So how are the projects selected for the 6-year? We consider many factors recommending projects for the 6-year. Past collision history and road safety needs. Constructing a good road network with alternate routes in case of emergencies such as fires, flooding, and winter storms. We look at that to get additional routes in, especially where we parallel state routes and things like that. Pavement condition is another big one. Maintenance considerations such as soft spots, excessive potholes, drainage. Could the project receive special grants such as school zones, road safety, or is it available to receive road funds or gas tax money from the feds or from the state? Those are 08s and 07s, which are major and minor collectors. Those are available. Is this part of a school bus route? Input and requests from citizens, increased public use, such as current capacity development pressure. How's the road being used for commerce? Is it a farm to market road, which also would support all-weather road travel? If possible, we try to balance the projects between rural and urban needs. Highlights of this year's plan. 2025 will construct the Sunnyside Road overlay, Bickleton Highway Box Springs vicinity asphalt rehab and overlay project. That project is currently out to bid. Bridge repair projects, federal safety projects, Centerville town overlays, and design work on various projects. The 2025 construction budget is drafted is $9,218,000. It is broken down as follows. $5,358,000 of it is federal funds. $310,000 is state funds. $200,000 is landfill, and $750 is road funds. The difference between that and the 585 is the remaining of those dollars go in design for previous or for other years' projects. Again, the only thing that would be cemented in on the plan is the first year, which follows. But the plan is needed. It gets projects on for future years, but things can move around on the plan. The thing that is will be cemented in is 2025, and that is because it also follows the
Annual construction.
I've lost it all. Okay, I think that's all we have.
That's great. Thank you. So we'll open it to the public hearing to comment. We'll invite you to comment if you raise your hand and come forward, or if you're online, you can unmute or raise your hand. We can call on you online. We'd like if you could provide your name and address for the record. And should I note that we have one that came in on the email from Colleen Krause today. And so Colleen Krause, if you're online, we did receive your written testimony, so we have that. So is there anyone in the chambers that would like to speak? Come forward. You can sit down at the table. It's got the microphone. It makes it better for the recording. Is the green light on?
Yes.
Good.
My name is Debbie Kars. I live at 590 Lyle Snowden Road. And tonight we've gathered here to discuss our road and the maintenance that needs to be done on that road. As of right now, we have roughly 30 homes from where the pavement ends to the far end of where Sleepy Hollow turns into the Snowden Road. Approximately 61 drivers use our road up and down every day, and that does not include UPS, FedEx, the school, and God forbid if EMS has to use our road. I know the county had put about 5 10-yard dump truck loads of gravel on our road a couple weeks ago, which I do appreciate, but unfortunately the washboard is so bad on our road that the majority of that gravel had already been shot off to the side. I think it was last Thursday, they came up and graded our road, but they did not grade the road because grading takes the road down anywhere from 3 to 6 inches. And all they did was kind of scrape the top, and it didn't even take the washboard off. And all the new gravel that the county put on is pretty much already gone. So we're just here today to see if we could get on the 6-year plan to see if we could get something done with our road, chip sealed, or paved. With the amount of traffic that goes up and down it every day, it's just,
That's a lot of traffic.
it's a lot of traffic. I think when we moved up there in 2004, I think there was roughly about 12 homes up there. And if they do any more subdividing up there, there could be twice as many of that up there.
Okay. And tell me the name of your road again.
Lyle Snowden
Lyle
Road.
Snowden.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I know at one point last year, the mail route actually would not come all the way up the road to deliver the mail because it was so muddy.
And then Sleepy Hollow goes off of your road, correct?
Yeah, so Lyle Snowden goes up, turns off into Semiotti, and then keeps going Sleepy Hollow. And we have the people from the backside of White Salmon that actually use our road also to
They
come
do.
down.
Yeah.
And so there's just a lot of traffic that's up there now, and
Okay.
the road is just cannot handle it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in. Okay, please come forward. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having us, first of all. My name is Adele High, and I live at 40 Steve Graves Road. And we are also up off of Lyle Snowden and Semiotti. So what the roads that I'm speaking of are from Lyle Snowden where the pavement ends, all the way, and then on Semiotti as well, because we travel that road every day, a couple times. So I will support what Debbie just shared about the road quality. Road conditions are challenging, and it's a gravel road. We're well aware of that. It's a country road. We're well aware of that. But my grandparents homesteaded up there. I've driven that road or been a passenger on that road my entire life, and it has gotten significantly worse because of the traffic. There's a lot more homes, there's a lot more use. And now most of us have two people working in town. We're up and down that road multiple times a day. So not only do we have 30 some homes, we're also up and down that road far more often than, for example, when my grandfather was farming, he didn't go to town every day, much less multiple times a day. Some areas on Lyle Snowden are down to base rock, and it's the grade of the road. They put gravel on it. It doesn't stay there. The wheels and gravity just don't keep it there. It's extremely washboard. That gives us some concerns about driving hazards. It can get it's a gravel road, but it can get very slick in the muddy conditions because the rock cannot stay on the road. It also is extremely dusty. And again, we're having big trucks go up and down. We also have a lot of logging activity. We have a lot of agriculture activity. Okay. There we go. So we have, like I said, a lot of big trucks. We have a lot of logging or a lot of agriculture. They create a lot of dust. And not everybody up there is used to how much distance you have to give in that dust. And there's a lot of wildlife. So it creates the dust creates an additional hazard. Our tires don't fare too well either. We also have some issues. We live not far from the Graves substation for the Appleton Fire Department. My understanding is that is the only fire department in the county not on a paved road. That presents some challenges for not only the volunteers responding to the fire hall, but then getting the trucks out. Again, with the dust. Again, you can only go so fast on corners with loose gravel. So arriving timely and then being able to respond to emergencies timely is a concern. Recently, the Appleton Fire Hall's applied for a grant and were awarded a grant for generators and I believe for wells. That makes them a community center. So if we do have a power outage and we have folks out there that they're without water, without power, they're going to come to the fire stations. That's where they're supposed to. Is that my time?
Yeah.
Okay, so that we
Thank
would
you.
just ask for a chip seal of Lyle Snowden and of Semiotti.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Thank you. Larry, did you wish to speak? She covered it all. Okay. Thank you. Well, we have no one else on the list this evening. Would you like to speak? Okay, sure.
I'm on the sign the.
Oh, yeah, you did. You're Jim.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate all the comments already about the Lyle Snowden Road and the Simeotti portion as well. My in-laws live on that road and I live on that road now as well, but for the last 25 years I've been using that road and I think pretty familiar with it. And like Adele said, um, that road is in worse shape now than I think I've ever seen it. Um, I think there's been some heavier years of logging lately that maybe have contributed to it as well, and just being that we're down to the large rocks. I've had 2 flat tires this year, and it's just those large rocks. Once they get they're no longer embedded. They're they're just there to damage your tire. Um, and I appreciate that they've already mentioned the fire station. They've got to drive those big trucks through there and the washboard. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say it's about as bad as you can have washboard, especially on the corners. And I don't think those trucks are easier to control than a regular smaller vehicle on that washboard in the corners. I think it is. I know that you guys have a lot to balance here. I've looked at what you have for the coming years, and I would appreciate you considering trying to find a place for the Lyle Stone Road section there that's unpaved and the Simeotti Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I don't think I stated my name, Jim or James Helsius. Thanks.
Thank you. Was there anyone online that wished to give testimony this evening? I'm not seeing anyone. And we had someone new come in. Would you guys like to give testimony this evening?
You about covered it.
Okay. We have some good speakers. Yeah. Okay. Well, if we're not seeing anyone else, okay. Let's see. Clarification on public statements, as well as questions of staff. Does anybody have any questions of staff? I think we covered that pretty well already. So the public comment is closed. Written comments can be accepted until, do we have a set time that we take?
Questions of staff?
Yes.
I guess I wanted to ask staff where Lyle Snowden is through there. Is it in need of a reconstruct? Where is it on your guys's forms?
It
Is
would,
Simeotti.
it would be in need of reconstruction.
Okay. And how much is reconstruction a mile, did you say?
That's running about 1.4 or 1.5.
And how many miles is that on Lyle Snowden and Simeotti that, or at least Lyle Snowden that we're talking about?
How would you look at this one?
Maybe a mile and a half on Lyle Snowden to get to Simeotti. I don't have any mile posting here. Maybe
That's just to get to
2
Simeotti.
miles, 2 miles, just to get to Simeotti.
Okay. And then there's no houses past Simeotti, right? From there to Sleepy Hollow.
Lots of them.
I think there's new ones.
We're hearing lots from.
Sleepy Hollow isn't anywhere near Simeotti.
No.
No, but Lyle Snowden from there to Simeotti, that section through there, there's no houses through there, correct?
Yes, there are numerous houses.
There are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably 6.
Probably 6, they're saying?
6.
At least 6.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, thank you. I don't see them on the Google Maps. So, and then what would you guys classify Simeotti? Is that in need of a reconstruct as well, or?
Not a full reconstruct, but it's gonna need some work over than just throwing a chip seal on it.
Right, you couldn't throw a chip seal on either one of them.
No.
Yeah. And how long is Semiati? Is it a half a mile?
I think it's close to a mile.
That's what I want to think too.
Yeah, I can see that actually.
Yeah.
And Semiati is nowhere on our 6-year road plan, correct?
No.
No.
Has it been brought up in the past?
No.
No.
There's been a lot of development out there, but it hadn't been because it was mainly timberlands for years.
And I have had calls over the past year.
Bad enough I had to pull the plow truck out last year.
The snow.
And most people that live out there, do they take McGowan down or do they take Lyle Snowden down?
Lyle Snowden. I don't know if you can hear them.
No, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
McGowan also take our road.
McGowan take Lyle Snowden too.
Top half of McGowan comes down Lyle Snowden.
So it sounds like it bears the bulk of the traffic. 61 cars a day is a lot of cars. Yeah.
Okay, I don't have any other further questions right now, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And I would recommend that we leave the comment period and open to written comment until Friday at 5 p.m. As well as closing further public comment, oral testimony.
At 5 p.m. on Friday?
For written, yes.
For
like
written.
we do.
Okay. And Mr. Christopher, do you have anything? Any questions?
I do not.
Okay. So what is your process in a road like Lyle Snowden when you get a situation and you have extended ones beyond that, like Sleepy Hollow? What do we?
In this instance, Lyle Snowden is a local access road, so it does not, cannot get any grant money.
Okay.
So typically, that's what landfill dollars used to be used for when there was a surplus of them. They'd be used to build 09s, but since things have changed economically and there isn't a surplus anymore, I mean, you know, it's going to take a lot. Either that or we look at the potential of converting it to an 08 sense, and we would have to really evaluate that to see if it makes, because we don't, while we can recommend it, we don't make the decision. That's made at WashDOT.
Yep.
Okay.
State makes that decision. I mean, we can recommend it, but the state makes the decision. And then once it becomes an 08, that if it, then it is, then you can get state grant funding on it. But other than that, no, it would be done with county dollars.
Does it fit the classification for an 08?
We could probably make the case for it. The hard part's gonna be traffic. The volume that it sees to get that through WashDOT for their approval. I mean, we could probably make the case that it is another alternative route out of the area, kind of like Sleepy Hollow already does. Somehow it got approved for that. But yeah, it comes down to them evaluating all the information we send them with our recommendation for them to approve it.
Right.
Might be a hard sell.
What is that base? Does it have a pretty good base course going through there that it's just down to the base, or how did they build that thing?
It's been there for many years, so it could have just been graded to that shape and a little bit of rock put on it, and it's been maintained that. I'm sure it's down to base by now. I mean, it doesn't get heavily maintained, so.
Yeah, so it was probably just driven over and driven over, and one day they just knocked what was left of the sod off of it. Sprinkled some base rock on it, and that's pretty much what you got.
Could we get an estimate of, rather than a full reconstruct, but at least getting it up, if we have to use our own money, and getting it up to a chip seal level is just infeasible with the dollars available. But maybe bringing it up and getting some more rock on there so they quit puncturing tires. Is it possible to get an estimate of what that would cost, both for Lyle Snowden there, up to Semiotti, and then as well as Semiotti?
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, we can look at that. Yeah, we can look at it as a good gravel road. That would be probably the best recommendation because you're not changing the surface. Once you change the surface, then you have to meet a bunch of other criteria as far as horizontal and vertical curves because you increase speed. Stormwater, because you've increased impervious surface. So
I'm just talking about getting this road up so that these guys can drive across it, that they're not getting stuck in the potholes and in the mud, and just bringing it up there without having to fully rebuild the darn thing at $1 million a mile.
yeah, we can do that for a good gravel road that'll sustain through the winter. And
Because we still plow that road, right?
yes,
Yeah, so I mean, we're still taking care of it.
yes, we plow a lot of those type of roads.
And do you have school buses? They do have school buses too.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I do know last year the Lyle School District at one point stopped coming up past the end of the pavement because it was so bad. The people who had kids, and there's only one or two, had to drive down to the pavement last year.
Okay.
For a short time.
I don't know if you could hear that, Jake, Mr. Christopher too, at the end of, last winter, the Lyle School District at a point had to make the choice not to go all the way up the road. They couldn't access it. So the parents had to come down to meet the school bus.
Yep, and if you guys could get those estimates put together and then also bring forward that recommendation on where that could fit on the 6-year road plan, what year, and then what would have to fall off, or what your recommendations would be to fall off in order to put that on there. I would like to see that for next Tuesday, if at all possible.
This makes far more sense than Graves Road with 6 residents, that's for sure.
Thank you, Dan. I didn't want to point that out.
Leave it to me, I'll point it out.
Okay. So any other discussion?
Are you ready for a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to close this hearing to further oral comment, leaving the written testimony available until 5 p.m. on Friday, and with recommendations from staff for modifications to the 6-year road plan for next Tuesday.
I will second the motion.
So for discussion, the public hearing would be continued to 1:30 on Tuesday. That's what our sheet recommended.
We usually do public hearings at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And you could just stack them up and have 12 hearings at the same time at 1 o'clock and just take them one right after each other.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
And
Thank
you all
everybody for coming
in.
out. It matters when you show up, that's for sure.
Yeah. We just changed that to 1 p.m. next Tuesday.
Yeah, it used to be 1:30. That's
Yeah,
why.
that's okay.
The old one that we read.
Yeah, no big deal.
But not next Tuesday.